All right. Good morning, everyone. This is David Lurie, the 2019-2020 Capital District Kiwanis Governor. I want to welcome you to our 2020 Virtual District Convention Education Day. I appreciate you all taking the time out and being with us. And so it's my honor just to officially bring us to order here. We've got a very exciting day of seminars and workshops planned for you all, and so I hope you all will be able to take advantage of as many of those as you can. Have no fear if you happen to miss one. We will be recording all of the workshops today, so they all will be available on the district website for you all to go back to and review when it's convenient to you all. Wanted to give you an update last night. Our 2020 House of Delegates met last evening. It was a virtual event, and it was only composed of the delegates at large per our bylaws, since we are under an emergency status this year. And I'm very happy to announce that the House of Delegates elected Dennis Baugh as our 2020-21 district governor, and Alana Gardner as our governor-elect. And so I congratulate both of them, and I look forward to working with them for their leadership in the years ahead. Our district board also met last night to take care of some of the last business items we needed to do for the year. And as one of our last acts is we voted to submit our online voting proposal back to Kiwanis International for next year's to be considered at next year's international convention in Salt Lake City. So we are going to submit that, given what we've all experienced over the last 5 months, and we've all demonstrated the ability to conduct elections online, and we've successfully done that. So we figured it was time to have that proposal be brought forward again. So we're hoping to have that considered next year when we all gather in Salt Lake. Of course, with everything that's been going on with COVID-19 and the pandemic, of course, March 13th is kind of the date everybody points to when everything stopped. But in actuality, no, Kiwanis really did not stop. We have adapted, we have found different ways to move forward. And I'm very pleased to see all the things that the clubs have been doing over the last 5 months to continue to serve the communities. We all thought this was initially going to go on for a short period of time. Unfortunately, that is not the case. And in fact, this is going to stretch it into Dennis's year next year as we go into the 2020-21 year. So we've been forced to go ahead and say, hey, we still need to get out there. We still need to serve. Our communities need us. If there was ever a time of need and ever a time for Kiwanis to be there for our communities, it's right now. And I'm very glad to see our clubs are doing that. And I'm hoping that as we move forward, that we'll continue to do so, and that we will adapt, and we will continue to make sure that the children in our communities are helped. So, of course, along with that, we've going to continue to always talk about membership. We have actually continued to recruit members into clubs. I was very pleased to hear the Greater Landover Club had inducted 7 new members a couple weeks ago, and that's a great moment for that club, but also for us, because we know it can be done. And so Karen Schumacher is going to have a great workshop later talking about membership growth, and I hope that we'll get out there and continue to bring people into our organization, especially during that time, because we always can use more hands for service. Along with that, you also will have probably noticed that we have been spending the last several months upgrading our district website. One of those things that we have added on this year is we do have we have converted many of our forms electronically, and a lot of that credit goes to Jeff Wolf. And Jeff has spent many hours converting forms into electronic documents for us, and we really appreciate that. One of the things I will want to point out to you is our distinguished Kiwanian Award and our distinguished club awards. All of those forms are now online, and so your club secretaries will be able to go out this year and fill those out and send those in, and they don't have to worry about losing a stamp or losing a piece of paper. We've gone all electronic now, so it's very easy to do. All of that is on our district website. So we're hoping to get a lot more participation this year, and I'm really looking forward to recognizing lots of distinguished clubs this year. Normally we would have our new international counselor from Kiwanis International with us this weekend, but of course Katrina Barranco cannot be with us. However, Katrina did prepare a video for us, and so we're going to take a moment here, and Jeff is going to run the video here, and she has some messages for you.
Hello, Capital District. I was hoping I'd be able to bring greetings in person, but we all know that's not going to happen. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you virtually. I'm Katrina Barranco from the Georgia District, and I am honored and excited to be serving as your counselor this year. You know, I feel pretty much at home in the Capital District. Scott Zimmerman and I served as governors together. I hope you won't hold that against me. Just teasing Scott. He's a great friend, and he was a good governor. I also attended your DeepCon in Baltimore to assist your then former chair, Missy Zimmerman, and afterwards worked with many of you as we canvassed and compiled information for the community site survey there in Baltimore. I was fortunate enough a couple of years later to come back and help with a membership blitz in Virginia, and what a blitz it was. The night before we were to go into the forest, they had a tornado. But you know what? The sponsoring club, the Lynchburg Club, had done great pre-work, and they hung in there, and that club is open and is still serving their community today. And Governor Dennis, what can I say? He and I served several years on the formula team, and for all of you know, he has roots in Southwest Georgia. So because of that, he was able to understand every word that I said at the meeting, and served kind of sometimes as my interpreter for the rest of the group, so they would know what I was saying. And how lucky are you to have the international president as one of your very own? I'm looking forward to serving with Art for many reasons, but you know, probably because I'm quite sure that if he has anything to do with it, we will have ice cream at every break. But seriously, I'm looking forward to serving with all of you and Governor Dennis with his theme of spread the word. Because you know what? We do need to spread the word that we are an organization that helps communities and serves children, especially through our service leadership programs. And we also need to spread the word to our local clubs and our members, leadership development, and through education. COVID will not stop us. We are stronger than that. We all know that our communities and the kids need us more than ever. And as far as recruiting new members, there are people out there looking for ways to assist their community. And what better vehicle than Kiwanis clubs? We already have our finger on the pulse of the community needs, and we can get it done. I have never been prouder of Kiwanian during this time. I have watched clubs everywhere find ways to stay connected and communicate. I watch them find ways for new and innovative things to do to serve their community. I have watched all of you take your time and your talents and use them so that we can guarantee that our children will have a bright and better future. So I bring greetings and thank you from Kiwanis International, and I sure do hope that I'll be able to thank you in person soon.
Yes, Katrina is actually at her own district convention this weekend, so she was not able to join us. And but The video that you all just saw is going to be on our district website. So for those of you all who may have had trouble hearing the video, you will have an opportunity to go back and view that later at your convenience. So, but as Katrina mentioned, we have one of our own. So we do have a member of the International Board, and it's someone who is very familiar to all of us, and someone that I actually don't get tired of introducing. And so I had the opportunity last month to travel out to Indianapolis for our Kiwanis International Council meeting, and it was my honor to formally nominate this man to be our next Kiwanis International president. And so, Art Riley, the floor is yours, and take it away.
Well, good morning, Capital District Kiwanians. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be with you this morning. David asked me to say a few words, and I won't take a lot of your time, but I just wanted to take an opportunity to mention a couple of things. First of all, a tremendous thank you to the entire Capital District for their support over these past few years. If I went down the list of people who I wanted to thank here this morning, I probably would take most of the first session, if not longer, because I can go through the screens and look at faces and know and identify the ways in which many of the people on the screen here have helped me along the way. I can remember a conversation I had with Jeff Wolf and John Tyner. I think it was in 2013, and I said, I'd be willing to run for trustee if you think I can do a good job. And they encouraged me to run, but I said, don't expect me to do any much more than that. Well, here I am. So you never know what the future is going to hold. So it's been a pleasure to be serving on the International Board. It's an honor to be elected as International President for this coming year. And again, thank you to all the members of the Capital District that in any way, shape, or form helped me to achieve this opportunity. Before I go into my official remarks, I did want to say shout out to Tom Varner and congratulate him on a great tenure as District Secretary of the Capital District. For those of you that don't know that, before Jeff Wolf takes over, we have had, I think it's a total of 3 secretaries in the Capital District since about the end of World War II. A tremendous longevity and a tremendous history of outstanding secretaries. I did not have the opportunity to work with Tom when I was governor because Ellis was still secretary, but I know Tom has done a conscientious and outstanding job, and I want to thank Tom public for all that he's done for the Capital District. But I wanted to mention that about every 10 years or so in Kiwanis history, there's an opportunity to really make a difference. And I want to thank each one of you for being a Kiwanian during 2021. And you have the opportunity to really make a difference. Because I think because of the COVID, because of other happenings on the national and international scene, the changes that are occurring in Kiwanis, 2021 really has the opportunity to really be a transformational year. And that transformation began in earnest, I believe, last November when Dennis and his fellow governors for 2021 attended in their training in Indianapolis. We went through 3.5 days of, they may have said torture because they had to listen to me and they had to listen to all the Kiwanians who I picked to impart my philosophy. But I think they came away with a sense that now is a good time for change in Kiwanis. Now is the time to transform Kiwanis in many different ways. And I think you're going to see that come about. And I'm really excited about the coming year. And I think that excitement not only stems from the governors, but it stems from over 80 Kiwanians right now who are working on international committees, that their product of their work will come to become obvious during 2021. Number one, we have an international committee on membership working on how to standardize membership approaches and how to increase members throughout the world. The formula taught us we could attract members. The last 2 years have taught us we can open new clubs, but we have to create a system that is sustainable. The system used in the last couple of years is not financially sustainable because we can't fly people from Indianapolis all over the world to open clubs. The districts have to be responsible for growth and club openings. Number two, we have a task force working to advise the International Committee on leadership education and development. Excuse me. And these have had some great opportunities to get a leadership education underway within Kiwanis International. You're going to see the results of that coming out in the early spring or late winter as we roll out 8 individual online modules to develop leaders within Kiwanis. That will culminate in a lot of online, the online training will culminate in Salt Lake City with a lot of in-person leadership education. This is a real opportunity for Kiwanis to provide leaders to our communities and to ensure the leadership pipeline within Kiwanis. Number 3, we have a group working within staff and also the Leadership Education Committee to develop leadership education for our youth, both Key Clubbers and an opportunity for the Kiwanis to offer leadership education to youth in the communities who are not Key Clubbers. This is really having exciting opportunities, and the first results of that came through the virtual Key Club International Convention last July, when over 600 youth signed up for the initial courses in leadership education. You're going to see a lot of that being developed over the coming year, and again, the results will be on display in Salt Lake City. Also, we have a committee working on what we call it Key Club 2.0. Over the last 35 years, Key Club has done basically the same. And it was a realization to me that we had to make sure that Key Club remains the premier student-led leadership organization in the world. And to do that, we have to make sure we make changes in Key Club. For everything from virtual meetings to new mentorships involving Key Club alumni to offer new opportunities for international officers, and the list goes on and on. You're going to see a lot of results of that coming down in the next year, or at least the initial phases of it. We have a group working on that, and we have members of the Capital District working on all those committees, and I think they can share also with you what's happening. So I'm really excited in many ways about what's going to happen during 2021, and it's always encouraging when you go around the country and see how clubs are working. Just to reinforce what David and Dennis said, Kiwanis clubs are finding new ways to serve their communities, and the good news is, even though we had a tremendous hit in new club ads during April and May, June and July have rebounded on the international level. We are almost back to pre-COVID-19 membership numbers as far as monthly ads in Kiwanis. So that's encouraging. So the potential that's coming down, Kiwanis is now the time to take an opportunity, seize that opportunity from all of you to grow your clubs, open new clubs in your divisions. Make sure you're mentoring youth, make sure you're collecting service projects, initiating those projects that are relevant to your community, and make sure that Kiwanis is an essential part of every community. I always ask the question, would your community miss Kiwanis if it disappeared? And it's our job to make sure that every Kiwanis club is providing a service within their community, which is essential and is recognized as such by the members of that community. So I will stop there. I want to thank you again for all the opportunities you've provided me, and I hope to be able to share all of the experiences and opportunities, everything from Nepal to Cambodia and everything in between that I've had to experience to date, and those things I will be experiencing this coming year when I see you often within the Capital District. Dave, thanks for the opportunity to say my thank yous, and I wish you a great day.
Thank you very much, President Art, for joining us this morning. I know I think I speak for the district that we're really looking forward to your year of leadership ahead, leading our organization, and it's going to be an exciting year for 2020-21 for Kiwanis.
We're going to have a fun time in Salt Lake City. Put it on your calendars now.
Well, I wanted to bring you all up on a few other items that are going on in the district over the last few months. Capital District leadership has not been at a standstill. We have continued to be very active. The Lieutenant Governors have been busy working with the clubs. We also were able to finally complete, it was announced that our district matching program for Eliminate, we have finally got our 200th match. So we have finally completed that program. And so with the $50,000 that we put up from Capital District, we netted another $200,000 in donations. Although, as John Tyner did remind us, that we still have another $336,000 to go to meet our $3 million pledge. So if you have a club or a division or yourselves that are thinking about a charitable contribution, I know that the Kiwanis Children's Fund would be, and John would be very happy to take your money and put it toward the Eliminate project. So please keep that in mind in the months ahead. We also were able to complete our Teenager of the Year program. This year, as part of our conversion to going to electronic formats, we ran the entire process electronically this year. So the scholarship applicants submitted all of their documentation online. We were able to route all of that information to the clubs and divisions. They were able to review the material, make their selections, and then the district committee was able to make their selection. They did. Fortunately, we were able to do all of this online. I want to give a lot of credit to Alana Gardner and who helped spearhead that process this year of getting our process converted over, and also Jeff Wolf, who did a lot of the work in the background for us to make that happen, and it worked out to be a very good process. I'm very happy to announce that we do have a recipient for this year. His name is Brendan Smith. He is from the Pocosin Club. Unfortunately, we have not been able to present Brendan his $2,500 cash award yet. We were trying to arrange something before he went off to school here this month. Unfortunately, with COVID and the ability to do an in-person presentation, we had to postpone that. And so we'll be working with him to do something back in his hometown there sometime later this fall, and be able to present that to him and also to recognize the club that nominated him. So, but just so you all know, he is attending Washington and Lee University, so he's staying right here in our district, attending college, and so we hope that we will see more of this remarkable young man in the future. So. Of course, most of our day is devoted to workshops here. As you all know, we do have 2 sets of workshops going on concurrently here. So I just wanted to take a couple moments here is to remind you all that on this particular room that you're in right now, we will have workshops going on for the rest of the morning and into the afternoon. That will be starting here at 9:30 with Kelly Boswell, who will be past governor. Also, though Kelly is living out in Iowa now, she has graciously agreed to come back and join us, and she'll be doing a workshop on community service. Following that, Jen Hiscock and Teresa Tyler will be doing a workshop on benefits being an advisor for service leadership programs. We have a second room, which you all can go back to the Capital District website and you can find the login information there. It's also another GoToMeeting platform, but it's a separate room from this. And Karen Schumacher and Emily Sharp will be talking about membership and what you can do to be successful. And then Jamie Moore will be following that with a workshop as well called Don't Forget About Exes. So please, hopefully you'll have the opportunity to attend one or the other sets of workshops. And if you, like I've mentioned before, if you missed one and you want to go hear it later, we'll have that up on the district website for you, probably not much longer after we're done here today. We are recording all of the workshop sessions, so we will have recordings of all that as well. At 11:30, we will be having a panel discussion back in this one room. So some members from our Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Task Force, which for those who don't know, this is a Kiwanis family task force made up of members from Kiwanis, CKI, and Key Club. Some of them will be coming and they will be doing a panel on where do we go from here. As you know, that along with COVID-19, we've had a lot of incidences this year with especially bringing forward some of the issues like movements like Black Lives Matter has and others, and it has touched every single community in our district. And so we're going to have a panel discussion on what Kiwanis and where we as Kiwanians could go in light of those things going on in our society. We will have a lunch break at 12:15. And then we will have another set of workshops in the afternoon in this main room. We will have a project workshop from Donna Riley and Alana Gardner. They'll be talking about signature projects and Teenager of the Year. We did have clubs. Like I said, we did have a very successful Teenager of the Year program. We also did get quite a few clubs that did put in for signature projects this year. And I can tell you, I saw a lot of the Signature Project award winners myself when I was in Indianapolis, and I can tell you we have projects that are just as phenomenal in this district. And we will tell you how to apply for that process and be a part of that for the year ahead. In our other room, Eric Lamb and Crystal Atchell have workshops on membership and on leadership education. That's one of the great things we've done. We've been able to move all of our leadership education offerings online. Krista led a great workshop last month on some of the unique things here in Capital District for our club leaders that they needed to know as we go forward. We did that in partnership with KI. KI put all of the CLE training online. And so that gave us the opportunity not only so that people could get that training without leaving their homes, but they also had the opportunity to be able to go and do it at a time when it's convenient to them. And so I think that's very successful. And I think you'll continue to see some of that going on. And then, of course, for those of our past lieutenant governors and our past governors, they will be having meetings this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Please check the website for the appropriate room for those meetings. And otherwise, I want to thank you all again for being a part of this today. I think we have some great workshops going on. More importantly, of course, you know, this is our last big district event for my year as governor. I do want to recognize not only Tom Barner, who will be departing the board here on September 30th, but also Jack Hassman, who's been our Chesapeake Region trustee for the last 3 years. Jack will be departing the board as well. Of course, I'll be moving on to be a past governor, and Alana Gardner will be moving up as our governor-elect. And we do have 2 new trustees coming on board that were elected by the regions earlier this year. That is Tim Gillette for Nation's Capital and Josh Hiscock. And so Tim and Josh will be joining the board and being part of Dennis's board going forward. So, but thank you all again. And we've got about 5 minutes. So you guys got some time to catch a bathroom break, get some coffee, and then we're going to move into our workshops. And I hope you all have a great day. Thank you very much.
And I want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of your event today. I did kind of do something a little bit different. I think some people aren't muted, but anyway, that's the first thing. Everybody mute except who's going to be speaking, please. Anyway, the community service impact was what I was going to be doing, but it's just now that we've had COVID-19 and we're all volunteering and we're doing a lot of other things, I've kind of shifted my gear. But I wanted to, I invited Sherry Hartman and I guess Jackie Bledsoe. They are working on a Kiwanis Centennial Playground in Roanoke. And this is why we're here. Kiwanis is one family, and I wanted them to explain how they got the community involved. It's so important that we bring the community and Kiwanians together and how they worked for this project. The community actually wanted it, and they made them work for it. So I'm going to let Sherry start this out, and then we'll get into my program. Okay, Sherry.
Okay, good morning, Kelly, and good morning to everyone throughout the Capital District. It's wonderful to be with you here this morning. I am Sherry Hartman, and it is my greatest of honors to be president of our 100-year-old club, the Kiwanis Club of Roanoke, Virginia. And I have to tell you, my slogan this year that I picked was "To be the light." And little did I know last summer when I chose that slogan, how very relevant it would be for 2020. We had our club's anniversary party when we turned 100 on January 28th of this year. And 1 week from today, we will celebrate our century of service to the Roanoke Valley with a ribbon cutting at the completion of our Kiwanis Centennial Playground. We felt really this playground was the perfect culmination of our 100 years of dedication to improving the quality of life in our community, with our focus especially on meeting the needs of children. So Kelly, I really appreciate this chance to tell the story of our Kiwanis Centennial Playground. There are many heroes in this story, not the least of which is the Capital District itself. We did receive a $5,000 grant from the Capital District, and that helped us to be able to purchase all of the adaptive equipment that we wanted to have in place in the playground so it would be fully inclusive so that all children of all abilities could play. Also, I need to mention another hero is the Kiwanis International Children's Fund, whose $50,000 grant was essential. I mean, all of our lights, I think, would have been extinguished without that $50,000 contribution from the Children's Fund. We're grateful for all of the support that we received for this project. It truly has brought our community together for the benefit of the most needy of children. 4 years ago, we formed what we called the Kiwanis Playground Exploratory Committee. This committee looked at where the needs are the greatest in Roanoke for bringing light into children's lives. We looked at community needs assessments run by the United Way of Roanoke Valley, area universities, healthcare systems. We discovered a neighborhood racked by high levels of crime, where the local schools serve children, 99% of whom qualify for free lunches, where unemployment is at the highest levels in Roanoke. Children living there, especially the girls, were found to be twice as likely to struggle with obesity that threatens their healthy development. Jackie Bledsoe, who is also on this call, and I, my co-chair of the committee, we observed directly the truth of what parents had said on a survey. There was almost no place where their children could safely play and be active outdoors. Although over 900 school children live in this neighborhood, they had only 2 swings to play on and a big grassy field that hardly ever got mowed. The need for a playground was like a magnet drawing us to bring light into children's lives. So with our 100th anniversary approaching in 2020, we got to work. In the fall of 2018, our board, and I see past President Don Witt here, led that. Our project was adopted as our Centennial Signature Project. This project has been a great fit for our club. It gives us a clear beaming pathway for strengthening our community. But we realized from the get-go that this project needed to be accomplished with the neighborhood who would benefit. As Kelly said, we had them come to work with us. So at this time, I would like for my co-chair, Jackie Bledsoe, to tell you about how we engaged the community. Jackie, if you can unmute and tell your part of the story. I saw Jackie on here. Is she able to be unmuted?
I unmuted myself.
All right, go for it.
I'm on now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, President Sherry. Saw a lot of old friends when the pictures first came up that I haven't seen for a long time. Our approach was, one, we had to decide if these people really wanted a playground. We didn't want to just go in and say, hey, we're going to build a playground, here it is. We needed their input. So what we did was we started attending neighborhood planning meetings, and they were called MOTA meetings. That's Melrose Orange Target Area Meetings. These were areas the city had designated for redevelopment. And then, excuse me, once we decided they wanted a playground, then we had meetings that, too numerous to list really, to see what they really wanted on this playground. We met with the city, we met with Parks and Recreation. We held spaghetti dinners where we invited the children to look at videos and storyboards and tell us what they wanted. And each of the last 4 years, we've attended their fall festivals on the grounds of the future playground, and always with a picture of what the future playground might look like. We have done many, many fundraising presentations to churches and organizations, and very successfully, I might add. And to involve the neighborhood businesses in some way, we put donation jars in the places of business. We have billboards up along the way to the playground. And we've always wanted this to be a community build playground. That was our intent from the beginning. but something called COVID-19 reared its ugly head. So that the community can still be part of the final phase, we have invited them to spread 4 tractor-trailer truckloads of mulch. That's a lot of mulch, guys. We have had over 70 people respond to our August 29th mulch spreading day, and later that day we'll have our official ribbon cutting. So to end it, there's so much in here that is really too lengthy to get everything in 3 or 4 minutes. But just needless to say, there's been many meetings, and the input from our club has just been phenomenal. But I would like to say that Cunningham that's our vendor, has designated us as an all-inclusive exceptional playground, and there's a plaque to that effect on the playground, which is really exciting. Another exciting thing is last week, our playground was used by Sheila Umberger, who is our Director of Libraries in Roanoke, as a backdrop for her presentation for Roanoke's entry as an All-American City designation. So we've got a lot of exposure from this playground, and it's just been really an honor to work with Sherry through this. And I want to thank Kiwanis International also, and Kiwanis Capital District for their input into this playground. It's been an honor to work with Sherry this last 4 years. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing that story with us. I felt compelled to have Sherry come and speak because I peruse Facebook, and like everybody else, you see all these great things, and this was real news, not fake news. And I just, because of Kiwanians and what we do and how we want we impact our community, this is something I wanted to share with everyone. So thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it very, very much.
Well, thank you, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I'm going to share my screen now. So bear with me. And I'm not going to see all your smiling faces because I do see a lot of familiar people out there. So hi, everybody. And and so we'll get started here. So Jeff, I just go ahead and put my presentation up and then share screen.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Bear with me 1 second. Oh, does everybody see my screen?
Not yet. You're not sharing.
Okay, well, hold on here. Let me get back out of this. And you know what? Oh, share. Feel like I'm playing Jeopardy here. Oh, no, that's not. Jeff, I'm having a moment here.
So you want to click the button on the top that says,
Does that work?
no, we still don't see it yet.
Okay.
There you go. Now we're sharing. Now we're seeing your screen.
Oh, now I can't see my own screen. Okay, there we go.
You put it in presentation mode.
Am I okay now?
Yeah, but you want to put put PowerPoint into slideshow mode.
Okay.
Now you're set. Good job.
Okay. Well, again, thank you. My topic today is community service and its impact, but I kind of wanted to go a different way this morning. We're going to look at volunteering and its surprising benefits. And believe it or not, there are a lot of health benefits to volunteering, which I was aware of some of them. And I know a lot of it has affected myself personally and my family and friends. So I wanted to share some of that information. And then your involvement creates a positive impact on your community and those who live there. We actually just heard about how that playground is going to impact these young people in the community of growth.
Sometimes it looks like it would be easy.
Kelly, are you still here?
We all need to be committed to building hands for service.
We appear to have lost our presenter, so we'll just hold here until Kelly returns. Hi, Wes.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
And identify community leaders that are not currently part of your club. What are these
Good morning, all.
Morning.
Shepherd Park Club.
Hey, what do you need? What do you need? Or is there more for central and school supplies? What they need, and we're initially opening up that summer system so we can say, hey, we want to help you, and you can tell us more about your needs and our community. It's a great way to get support.
Hopefully Kelly will be able to rejoin us.
And they work with the local school to get a
Sherry or Jackie, is there anything else you want to tell us about the project that you didn't share while we're waiting? Not to put you on the spot, but
we could probably take another half hour. But
Well, one thing we didn't mention, the fundraising, challenge during COVID-19 was overcome. We found ourselves needing to raise $400 and some $1,000, and we did succeed at raising $419,000 from the community. And we just had this groundswell of support. In the last 35 days, we had to raise $35,000, and folks rallied around us. We got article in the paper, and we had such a broad network involved that we were able to kind of rally the troops to bring it home and be able to pay all our bills so we could have that completely inclusive playground.
and we were on television many times, on the radio. Like you said, we had help from the entire city, really.
One thing I know that Kelly told me was that Wes was going to talk about a project, and I wonder, just to make sure he has time, if he could go ahead and present.
I'll be
Is
happy
Wes
to.
on? Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, Kelly gave me a lot of notice. She called me Thursday and asked me if I could do this. So, and I'm not very good at speaking, but anyway. 2001, Governor Gus Lamont put out the word that he wanted all the Kiwanis clubs to do a fishing day for kids. C.D. Elliott, which was the lieutenant governor at that time, he came to me and asked me if I would do it. I finally agreed to do it. We put it together in probably, I don't know, a week. Darlene and I went out shopping for all the stuff to get the kids involved in it and that sort of thing. And like I said, we had 32 kids the first year. We've had as many as probably 325 kids. We feed them, we take them out on the fishing pier. We provide them breakfast, take them through educational booths, which teach water safety, fishing techniques, and the species of fish that they'll be catching. We practice catch and release unless they catch something that the kid really wants to make sure that they, take it home. And we have the okay that they're going to get eaten, not just thrown away. So we fish for a few hours. We feed them breakfast first, like I said. Then we'll fish for a few hours. The volunteers teach them about the techniques of fishing, show them how to use the rod and reels, and just stay with them the whole time and pretty much make it a joyful event for them. Usually it's the hottest day of the year, but that's good to get them out of the room, get off the computers and stuff. We bring them off the pier. We feed them lunch. All the rod and reels, hats, t-shirts, and everything else is supplied at no cost to the participants. And that way, hopefully they'll continue to fish and come back and help us later on. Our motto is give a man a fish, he will eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he will eat for life. We figured we'd probably influence the lives of over 4,000 kids and a lot of adults. We recruit new members with this fishing clinic by getting volunteers and letting them come out and see the joys of fishing and what we do for kids. I actually have one kid that came out when he was 8 years old, and he caught his rockfish, was probably about 16, 17 inches long, and we had to throw it back because it was out of season. But since then, he's gone to school for marine biology, and now he comes back to the fishing clinic and helps when he can, and participates, and he looks forward to it every year. And I made him one of my little fishing trophies, and he still got it, and I make those for a lot of people, but it's pretty cool. But yeah, we've influenced a lot of kids' lives. In 2018, we were one of the top 10 signature projects in Kiwanis worldwide. I was really proud of that. And Dennis, he offers to come help. We have to cancel it because it rained. But joking, Dennis. This year we did it, and I'm not blaming you for that. Nancy Simonelli, she hooked us up with a Sportsman Incorporated over in Missouri, so we could get the rod and reel combos and a lot of the fishing equipment at cost, so it doesn't cost too much. The event costs right around $18,000 now, and we couldn't do this event without the sponsors and all the wonderful volunteers that come out and help. And we've had a lot of the governors come out. We just it's just a lot of fun, and it provides kids and the adults also, which we encourage you parents of the kids to come out and fish with us so they can fish with their kids and interact with them, because a lot of times they don't have any interaction at all, but they do at the fishing clinic. We Buckrow Fishing Pier, we started in Newport News James River Fishing Pier, which they shut the pier down, and it's only we only exclusive for the kids, so we don't have to worry about something happening as far as getting taken off or whatever. But I think it's a great program. I'm really thankful for Gus to have started it and asked a lot of clubs to do it. I've been the chairman of it since it started, and the reason I continue to do it is because it provides all of our Kiwanis clubs a chance to get with kids and see what we do, and also it gives the kids an opportunity to get involved in something other than playing on the computers and staying in the house where it's nice and air conditioned and that sort of stuff. But we have a pre-day at my house on a Sunday before the Tuesday that we have the event, and all the adults get together and we pre-assemble the rod and reels, hook everything up, put all the tackle together, load the trailer up, and have it ready so we can go fish on Tuesday. And that's pretty much the adult version of the fishing clinic. I don't need to say anything else about that.
Thanks so much, Wes. I just want to let you know Kelly is back. She did not realize she was offline, so she continued talking, but she is back.
Well, yeah, I continued talking. I said, Jeff, can you unmute? Because I like to hear some other people's opinions. And so, hello, Jeff. I knocked on my screen. I apologize for that, everybody. So maybe I don't put the PowerPoint up. What do you think?
I don't know. Wow, to figure out how to do this thing.
Well, obviously I can't do it right. So anyway, what I wanted to do is that there are a lot of healthy benefits to volunteering. And I wanted to share some with you. And I also wanted to share some personal experiences back in March. Apologize. So anyway, once again, thank you, Wes. I saw Sherry left, and I appreciate everything that you do for us. Did you know that volunteering actually increases happiness? And if that was the case, and I think Kiwanis are probably the most happy people in the world, because I do realize that you're happy, you're going to share this information, you're going to share everything that you do with your neighbors, with your friends, with your family members, because happiness is contagious. And I like to think that I'm happy most of the time, but there are days when I'm not so happy and people notice it. So just remember, if you're happy about volunteering, you're happy about being a Kiwanian, go out there and let the world know it, because this is one way that we can bring in new members into Kiwanis. So that makes me happy. Kiwanis also, not only Kiwanis, but volunteering also enables you to meet new people, make new friends, which I think we all can relate to that, and also to strengthen those existing relationships. When I got more onto the district level, I actually cultivated some of these relationships into a more personal relationship. We all have relationships with each other as Kiwanians, but sometimes Kiwanis is not the only thing in our life. We all have other outside activities and outside interests that we don't know about from one another. So, you know, I know Jeff has Legos in his basement, and I did not know that before, but he's got this great collection, and he built, and I think it's phenomenal. I wish I could do that, but I enjoy quilting. I love to cook, and today I'm going to learn how to can. So get to know your Kiwanis family more on a personal level, and that way you'll also you'll strengthen that relationship. And that will be your support network. Whenever you have an issue or problem or concern, you will know that you can go to that person, not only as a Kiwanian, but as a friend. And I think it's very important that we do that. And your volunteering also promotes positive behavior in others. So when you're out there and we're doing what we do best, working with the young children, with Key Club, Action Club, they see us in a very different light than sometimes we see ourselves. So not only are we being mentors, but we're also going to be able to shape those young people, because they see the positiveness in ourselves as we're giving back to others. And I recently accepted a position in my Kiwanis Club as the Action Club advisor. And I've always been with Key Club, but now with Action Club, it's totally different. And I don't know if you can, how it can be explained, but one person came up to me and said, I'm the one that had the problem because they were normal. And I had to think about that. Well, yeah, that's how they look at everything, because they know nothing better than that. And I tell you, when you can get somebody in a wheelchair and they want to sing karaoke loud and proud, doesn't matter if it's off key, that's okay, because they're the normal ones, and us as being humans, our human nature is that we're the ones that have the problem. Hi, Charles. So anyway, it's also, volunteering is also good for your mind and body. And what I'm saying about that is it can counteract the effects of stress, anger, anxiety, and depression. And this is where I would like someone, if it could share an experience where when they go out there and volunteer, how it can change your demeanor in any way. Can anybody share an experience with me? I don't know, is everybody muted?
Everyone is muted. Everyone can unmute themselves if they'd like.
Oh, can they unmute themselves?
Yes.
Okay, is someone like to share with us how being a Kiwanian and how volunteering has helped them conquer any of these issues or concerns? Okay, well, that's okay. Anyway, again, that was kind of where I was going with when I shared that information when Gary was out of town, because when he got back in town in March, He turned my world upside down. My whole, you know, he really bothered me coming home. I love my husband, don't get me wrong, but the fact that he came home and he disrupted my life, I was really angry with him. And I got really nasty with him because he didn't know, don't do that with the dog. We have a schedule. This is what we do. And I didn't realize the harm that I was doing to him until he just sat me down and just told me, knock it off. And I did. And so now we just celebrated 27 years of marriage. So I guess it worked that way. Okay. I wish I could do my slides so I could show people.
You can, Kelly, you can put your slide deck up.
Can I put my slideshow back up?
Yeah, you're in control. Go ahead.
How's that?
You're not
Are
sure
you
yet.
there? Yeah. I just want to make sure everybody can see the slides. Can everybody see slides?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
You hit the share. There you. No.
I don't see the slides.
No, they're
I
not.
see all our faces. I see faces and
Yeah, they're not being
letters.
presented yet. You have to hit share and select the screen you
I
want.
know, but where's Cher at?
It's at the bottom of your screen.
I don't see slides.
Oh, there. Look, I'm trying, Cher's at the top of my screen, so.
We're not.
Well, I can't share this, and I apologize. I feel really crazy because I just don't know how to share this thing.
Can you email it
Wait.
real quick?
There.
Or is that?
Yeah, I just don't know how, oh, entire screen. I hit that and it's just. Yeah.
Once you select it, you have to hit the share button again.
Okay, you guys, I'm embarrassed, so I just don't know how to get this. There I am.
Ah, there we see you. Okay, go ahead and put your presentation up.
There?
Yep, and then go to slideshow mode. All right, you're good to go.
Okay. Can you see it now?
We can, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yay, we can see it.
I just have to learn how to wing some of these things. So anyway, so those are just some of the health benefits that volunteering is how good it is for us. So the impact on your community. This is what we just heard from Sherry and also from Wes. We can go in and build playgrounds and ball fields in underprivileged neighborhoods. And I think this is a great way that how Sherry explained to us that they got the community involved. And you have to get their buy-in, because if you don't get their buy-in and we go in there and just kind of bulldozer over them, it's not going to do well. But this is some of the ways that we can have a lasting impact on our community. Right now, especially now, weekend snack packs. I've noticed here, especially in where I live in Peoria County, that a lot of these children, the only meals they get, and we all know this as Kiwanians, is the meal that they get at school. And so unfortunately now with virtual learning, they're not getting their food, their breakfast or their lunch. They're not getting their snacks for the weekend and school supplies that they should need. So this is an immediate way that we can help out in our community. Stocking of food banks now. This is extremely important. When I go shopping, I always get a lot of extra dry goods and make sure that they get to a food bank. And with people not working and there's no income coming in, this is a great way to help those folks out. A lot of our Kiwanis clubs do car seat checks. They tie in with the car dealerships, the police and fire stations. So thank you so much for those that do that. We have something here called their neighborhood library stands. So there are 5 or 6 little, looks like birdhouses on post, and there are library books in there, which is really nice. So when you take a book, you can put a new book in, and I think it'd be really kind of nice. I haven't seen it here that they put in children's books. Most of them are adult books, but the fact that I can actually go just down the street, pick a book I want, but I always replace it or put the book back. But That's another impact on your community. And also mentoring students. We do a lot of this already with the Key Club, Builders Club, and such. And now that these young people are going to be home with their parents, maybe there's some way that we can actually help them, besides them having to be with their parents 24 hours a day, you know, go to a local library if the library is open and such. But these are some of the impacts that you can have on your community right now. So ways you can help during COVID. Like I said, this whole COVID thing has taken everybody for a loop. None of us expected it. So supporting our local communities is essential during these times. And as we're being told to stay at home, social distancing, we're finding it a little more difficult. So I kind of did a little bit of research, and I know some of these are elementary, and you probably all are doing it right now. But I just wanted to share a little bit about what we've got here. Of course, follow your state's guidance and practice social engagement or social distancing. This is just a no-brainer. But here are some things that we can do right now if we're not out there doing our actual community service, but this is something you can do every day, is help the local food pantry. Just contact your food pantry and ask them what they need, and we can provide items. I noticed a lot, my hairdresser, I actually got to go see her. She's asking for the Lysol or Clorox wipes because she can't find them. And I didn't realize that some sprays and things that you put on chairs or counters have to dry for 10 minutes. This is the CDC, has to dry for 10 minutes. Whereas the wipes, you can get it wiped down and it dries very quickly. And that can enable her to bring in more customers instead of them having to wait. So she can probably see 2 or 3 more customers a day versus what she would normally do. So I didn't realize that. And I thought that was, she's asking for donations. And check on your neighbors and family members, especially those who live alone and are elderly and have health or mobility issues or are caring for children. I guess I could say I'm a busybody in the neighborhood. I work from home, I'm upstairs here, and I can see the front of the house, the street. So I notice a lot of things that go on. I know you guys are gonna think I'm terrible. I know who goes to work, what time, when they come home, they go out to lunch. So I keep an eye on everybody. And I did have to make a call because I noticed that there was a Chewy box on somebody's doorstep and it hadn't moved in 4 days. And I know it's the same light in the house at the same time. Every day when I walk the dog at 6:30, I actually called and had someone do a wellness check. I don't know what the outcome was, but I did know the box was removed and other lights were on in the house. And it come to find out they were an elderly couple and they just didn't want to go get the box. It was too heavy. So it's important that we check on our neighbors and our friends. Also support your local businesses, schools, and child care centers. One day a week, go get carry out from a local restaurant instead of these chain restaurants that we have. These people are really struggling. If that's the only thing I can do is once a week, as on my cheat day, I go out and get a pizza. And I give a little more in tip just because they don't have the foot traffic that they used to have. Child care centers are looking for, they're open here, so they're always looking for masks now and other accessories like stuffed animals and blankets to bring some comfort to these little people because they don't know what's going on in the world. This is so different for them, and I'm sure they have all this anxiety, and I see it in the neighborhood. There's a lot of kids. They just are confused. Why can't they go play? Why can't they have birthday parties and things like that? So we have to be there for them. And we need to support the frontline healthcare workers and our first responders. They're working tirelessly, very tirelessly, and never give it a second thought about helping others. It's great. I like to fix cookies and take them to the police station. fix a home cooked meal if you know of a neighbor or a friend who is a first responder, doesn't have time. You know, they put a 12-hour shift in, they come home, they don't have to cook dinner or deal with the kids. Anything that you can do to lighten the load of these first responders and healthcare workers, just to let them know, thank you for doing what you're doing, because without them, we couldn't be getting through this. Give blood if you're able. Right now, the Red Cross and other organizations are in dire need of blood. This is so simple and it is painless, and you know, they are so good when you walk in. I'm O negative, so I can give blood to everybody. So I'm constantly, every 6 weeks now, I go and donate blood. It makes me feel good because I can give back to the community. Somebody else is getting something that I really don't need, and it's not costing me a penny. And assist in local fundraising efforts. Now more than ever, everything's online. All your fundraising is online. So when you see something, not only give to the Children's Fund, Kiwanis Children's Fund, but also give to those other organizations that are near and dear to your heart. Donations are down this year, and I totally understand that. But if there's just spare change that you can give, just do it. That little bit will always make a difference and go a long way. And most importantly, take care of yourself and others. Practice patience, kindness, and mindfulness. Encourage others to do the same. Sometimes my patient really wears thin, and I get very frustrated, and I'll have meltdowns. I'll be honest, because I work from home. I only go out to the grocery store. Everything's delivered here. And the only time I really get out and do a lot, I can't go to the gym. I can't say I can go to the gym. I just refuse to, because it's just too much for me right now. And it's starting to wear thin on my nerves. And I do have little panic attacks. But I get outside, I see the friendly face of my little dog and unconditional love, and I feel a whole lot better. But it's okay to have a meltdown. It's okay to be angry. This is something we were never prepared for, and you're not alone. We're all in this together. So I'm probably going to end up this, Laurel, but I wanted to share this video with everybody. I found this on the Kiwanis International website. And then when it's done, you know, I would love just to hear what other people's thoughts are and what they're doing, you know, during the COVID-19. It could be personal, it could be about the club and everything like that. I just want you to share things with me and share, because I'm out here in Illinois, and I'll be honest, I love my club, but they're not doing as much as they should be doing or can do. I'm at a loss. My action club hasn't met since March, and I can't, out of good faith and conscience, have them come back because of the health issues. So sometimes I just get a little frustrated, but I love to hear what everybody else is doing. So if you would just bear with me, I think I can do this, Jeff, without messing it up too horribly bad. I'm gonna.
We stress during big life.
Okay.
We worry in times of uncertainty. We stress during big life changes. We fear the unknown. When we aren't close, it's hard to show how much we care. It's easy to feel disconnected. The world collectively holds its breath. Our social distancing does not mean social isolation. Your community is out there. Send a picture to someone you love. Send your voice to someone who needs to hear. Send hugs to your many families. Find the kindness, caring, and laughter and pass it on. Smile knowing that when the time is right, we will be together again, face to face, making a difference.
Well, oopsie daisy. Jeff, how do I get out of this now?
We don't see your screen anymore, just you.
I don't even see myself anymore either. How about that? So let me get out of this. Can you guys see me?
We can see you. You can reshare your presentation if you want to.
Okay, now I got to figure out how to see everybody else. I apologize again. I just don't know what the hey I'm doing. This is there. Oh, what? That's not, there we are. Hello. Anyway, that was it in a nutshell. And I want to say thank you because I know these are very trying times, but I'll be honest. When we get together at district convention, there's a lot of hugging going on and there's a lot of face-to-face and there's not a laughter. And we don't have that right now. And I get very frustrated and I get, like I said, I get a little of these anxiety and panic attacks. But can anybody just share with the group how they're handling this and what their clubs are doing or anything like that? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. This is Jackie Lowe. This is Jackie.
Jackie, hi.
Club, hi. And what we've been doing, we're one of the few clubs that meet every Tuesday morning, but we're doing virtual every Tuesday morning now. And we just had our scholarship presentation, which we did virtually. So that was a trial and error for us, but it went pretty well. So that's some of the things that we're doing here in DC.
You know, that's really cool because a lot of people I notice, you know, when a senior Kiwanian, I'm not going to say old, I'm going to say a senior Kiwanian because I'm considered senior now, I'm 60. They do, for birthdays, they do drive-bys, which I think is so cool. You just get in the car, you get banners and balloons and you drive by and you sit out in your car and you just honk and you make a big hoopla about that person's birthday. I know that, to me, that's kind of fun and exciting. Somebody came to my house with balloons and flowers, I'd be excited about it. But, oh, I got a 3-minute warning. I probably shouldn't tell you that. Does anybody else want to share?
Hi, Kelly. It's Hiawatha. How are you?
I'm fine, Hiawatha. How are you, my love?
I'm good. I miss you much.
I miss you guys,
Hey,
too.
One of the things my club's doing during the pandemic is every week we recognize a restaurant or a business in our community. We take a sign and hang in the business. We take a sign and hang in the restaurant. And then we notify our members to go and take out dinner or buy whatever the business has to support them during this time.
I think that's great. Support those local businesses, especially the restaurants. Hi, Jen Hiscock. So anybody else? Well, I want to say thank you again. I apologize for all my faux pas here. I miss everybody. Just know that I'm okay here when I get out west, listen to me, out east. I was just out there a couple weeks ago, but it was for my son's 26th birthday. It's hard to believe. I can remember when I took him to Kiwanis meetings when he was infant. So thank you so very much. Have a wonderful year. Congratulations to Dennis and to Elena. And Dave, Lori, go out with a bang, my friend. Have a super time and enjoy. God bless you. Thank you.
Please.
Category, there's 2 different groups. As you can see on the screen right now, the 25 to 29-year-olds and the 29 to 30.
Excellent. So please feel free to unmute yourself. If you do have a question, you can also utilize the chat box. Teresa and I will continue to monitor the chat throughout our presentation, but we would really like to welcome everybody and thank you for taking time out of your morning to join us for our topic, which is benefits of service leadership programs, being a club advisor. You will see that the S, L, and P are underlined. Service leadership programs are often referred to as SLPs in the Kiwanis world. We love our acronyms and our alphabet soup. So we will use SLP throughout this presentation. But again, for those of you that have not experienced being a club advisor or don't currently sponsor any of our service leadership programs, we did want to make you aware of what that acronym stood for. Before we start, we'll introduce ourselves. Good morning. I am Jen Hiscock. I am the Capital District Action Club Committee Chair, and I also serve as a Zone Administrator for Key Club here in Maryland, Baltimore, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties. And I'm very excited to have a phenomenal co-presenter today.
Hi, I'm Teresa Tyler. I am a Zone Administrator for Key Club with Jen. We have a lot of fun working with the Key Club leaders. I can't even just tell you. And I'm also, I'm currently president of the Kiwanis Club of Charlottesville. And I was a Key Club faculty advisor for about 20 years. 20 years. So yeah, and I am happy to be here also. And Jen is amazing, and so she's gonna kind of get us going, right?
Absolutely. And today we have a few presenters who are going to be highlighted. We were able to meet with some Kiwanians around the district the past 2 weeks who serve as club advisors to have their experiences shared with you all today. So as we move through the presentation, there will be 8 various video clips for you all to watch so that it will supplement what Teresa and I are delivering. So our first slide for you, if you do not know what SLP programs Kiwanis has, here is everything that they have to offer related to the different school levels. We have K Kids at the elementary level. Builders Club is for middle school. Key Club, which most of us are familiar with, is the high school level. And then we have CKI, or Circle K is what most of the students refer to it as, and that's college. And then the most recent SLP branch that the Kiwanis has is Action Club, and that's for individuals with disabilities who are 18 or older. So these are the 5 major SLP programs that the Kiwanis family offers. We are very proud to have 13,581 youth and individuals throughout our SLP programs in the Capital District. This is encompassing of K Kids, Builders, Key Club, Circle K, and Action Club. But this number is not large enough. The Capital District serves Maryland, Virginia, DC, and Delaware. And we know that our state spans are huge, and our district could serve many more youth. And so we want you to think about, could your club help us make this number 14,000 by the end of next year, September 30th of 2021.
Okay, yeah, and so why would you want to sponsor an SLP? Well, Jen did a good job of explaining that what SLP stands for, but it also stands for Serving Leads to Positivity. All the interactions that you're going to hear about that people have had with their SLPs are about the amazing positive impact it's had on them as individuals, their club, their community, the people doing the service, the people receiving the service. It really is one of the most positive experiences. It's the reason I became a Kiwani. I wasn't a Kiwanian first and then went to Key Club. I was with Key Club and then I was like, this is awesome. I'm going to be a Kiwanian. So it's that kind of positivity. The first person, are we ready? Okay. Yep. The first person that is going to speak about positive interactions is Jim Hart, and he is from the Charlottesville Club. He works with a variety of the SLPs, but he's talking today specifically about being with Action Club. And I was the recorder here, and I have to say I'm not the best recorder, but we are going to just try to be forgiving of technological difficulties and move ahead and try to hear the message that people are bringing. They're very meaningful expressions of the positive things that have come out of SLP sponsorship. Okay.
Hello, everybody. This is Jim Hart from the Kiwanis Club of Charlotte for 4 years now, and I'm an advisor with the Jefferson Area Action Club, which our club sponsored about 3 years ago. You asked me to remember one of my most positive, memorable experiences working with the Action Club, and the word selflessness comes to mind when I was thinking about that. Selflessness when the members of the club select and plan a service project. And I've watched them do numerous service projects of all type over the years. And what I see is actually what I don't see. I don't see any boundaries or limitations, or I don't see any hesitation when it comes to caring or giving or accomplishing any task they set out to do. They don't limit themselves when they bring other members of the club, all members of the club, in with inclusivity to make sure everybody's involved in the project. And they move the project forward, they overcome obstacles, they redirect when it's necessary if the unexpected happens, and they accomplish some amazing things that way with the theme of selflessness. So selflessness, that's my most positive memory from working with the Action Club the last few years.
So one thing that came out that in one part of the recording that I had done with Jim, he told a great story that didn't actually, it didn't make it to the clip, but they were having their induction ceremony in the cafe at a Wegmans, the Action Club, and or it was the officer installation. And as they were shopping for that, I believe it was the president, the incoming president, went through and bought also flowers. And I think Jim was like, "What are the flowers for?" And they were going to the Ronald McDonald House, or they had been doing a project at the Ronald McDonald House, and the president said, well, it's for the director of the Ronald McDonald House. You know, we need to do something for her. This is about her. And that was a great example of the kind of selfless attitude that the Action Club members, it was their big day. It was their officer installation day, but they were thinking about the director at the Ronald McDonald House. I thought that was very touching anecdote that unfortunately didn't make it into the clip. But some of the positive interactions that we, in talking to SLP sponsors, are that, one, you know that you're making a difference. You know that being there and working with your SLP is making a difference for the members. You see it happen, and when they're doing service, you see it in the way they grow, the SLP members grow in leadership through their service. You know, and this is really important to me as a parent, as an educator, you are serving as a role model for the next generation. Like for me, I would hear other teachers would say, no, I can't go to the beautification day because I have, you know, all my children. I always just brought my children with me. I thought, this is what I want them to see, is me being civically engaged, right? And helping. I feel that way about not just my own children, but the children and the adults in our SLPs. Okay. And always there's laughter and smiling with others, right? There's fun things happening. There's that positivity, that selflessness that Jim talked about.
And Teresa and I could go on and on with all of the positive and all of our other slides, but we tried to pick the top ones that we heard repeatedly throughout all of our speakers. But I and Teresa, I don't want to speak for you, have never had anything but a positive interaction and left a service project, a fundraiser, and an SLP meeting in a much better, happy mood than probably when I came. There is nothing that those kids won't do to cheer you up and to make you really feel like your time has been well spent. Throughout all of our advising, there are also lessons learned, not only for our SLP individuals, youth, as well as our adults with disabilities, but also from the advisor standpoint in our Kiwanis clubs. And so here is our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Eric Lamb. I am honored to be the advisor to CKI at the University of Virginia. In my experience, sponsoring a CKI club has been a wonderful thing for our Kiwanis club. We have found that our club very much focuses on service to the community. We have been able to invite our CKI members to do that. We have always have a great level of participation, from them, that we work more as a K family and, more than 2 individual clubs. So I highly suggest that clubs who do not currently sponsor SLPs do that, because you will find not only will you change their life, but they will impact your life even more significantly.
Eric was absolutely correct. Our impact on all of the SLP members within our sponsored clubs is huge. And a lot of them come back to let us know of that impact after they've moved on to the next branch or next phase of their life. But ultimately, what they don't realize is the impact that they've had on all of us as their advisors or as the Kiwanis Club members that get to work with them. And so I'm really happy Eric had mentioned that as one of the biggest lessons learned. Here are a few others that we want to make sure we convey to you. There is always something that you can learn, whether it is how to use technology for some of our more seasoned Kiwanians to the most up-to-date lingo that students are using. I know as a teacher, I've had many lessons from my key clubbers on that is out of date, miss. You should really say this. The passion that our students have for bettering our communities is unmatched. They are always thinking about what service can they provide not only to their local communities, but also the surrounding areas, as well as other countries. A Key Club and Circle K prominently serve other countries and do a very good job at making sure they balance their service. Your involvement could be what changes the world for one person. We don't know what is going on in our students' lives or the individuals' lives outside of the SLP club for the most part, but our involvement and our interactions with them could be what changes their day, what changes their mindset. We have had students that have thanked their SLP involvement from K Kids all the way to Circle K and also their Action Club experiences with completely changing their thoughts and their outlooks on life. That's huge for Kiwanis to be able to say, and it's because of your clubs that sponsor each of these branches. And then also those informal lessons. We've talked about the positive interactions and we've talked about the lessons learned, but there are also impacts made, not only on our SLP individuals, but also our clubs and our communities. So let's hear from a former SLP member.
Hi, I'm Christina Horton. I was a member of Key Club when I was in high school, served as lieutenant governor and then governor. After that, I went on to CKI at William & Mary and ended up serving as club president. Now I'm in Kiwanis as a young professional, and I wanted to share some about my participation in Key Club and CKI and how that helped me grow into the person I am today. I learned a lot in those clubs. I learned that giving back to your community is a great way to feel more connected to your community. I learned that helping other people is a surefire way to feel better about your own life. The transition to college was a difficult one for me, and being able to serve other people while making new friends in CKI helped immensely. Key Club and CKI both taught me leadership skills. As governor in Key Club, I learned how to run a board meeting, assemble a newsletter, delegate tasks, and create goals. I carry those skills with me, and they have made me a better leader. Key Club and CKI also gave me friendships with my peers and advisors that I still cherish today. At Key Club and CKI helped me develop drive and determination, which allowed me to become a dentist. I wouldn't be the person I am today without the experiences I had in Key Club and CKI, and I am immensely grateful for the Kiwanis family.
And we are very privileged that a lot of our former SLP members come back to the Kiwanis family, whether it's in the same district or another district. They're a huge population that we want to continue to encourage to join our Kiwanis family because they've learned so much and they are able and ready to give back. Some of the other impacts made on our SLP individuals include a support network outside of their home that they can rely on. Their faculty advisor, their Kiwanis advisor, as well as their other officers are all those supportive individuals looking out for them. Their participation in our Kiwanis family branches leads to a lifetime of volunteerism. Hopefully it is in Kiwanis, but if not, many do join other civic organizations and give back. And then their experiences influence their career choices and their professional journeys. Many of our students credit their experiences all the way from K-Kids through Circle K in helping them figure out what is next. What do I want to do every day that won't feel like work and I'll be able to wake up ready to go and hit the ground running?
Right. So Christina was a great SLP member at every level, I think. And, you know, it was clear to me that being part of the Kiwanis family is important to her, right? Now, our next speaker is Don Foss. And I have to tell you that it was in 1996 that Don Foss asked me if I would like to help be the advisor for the Key Club at the high school where we both worked. And in all these years, you know, he is one of the most inspirational people that I have ever known or worked with. And it was hard for him to talk about like the positive benefits to himself because he always is thinking of others, but he has some good things to say. Okay.
I'm Don Foss. I'm a Kiwanis member in Charlottesville, Virginia. And for 25 years, I was faculty advisor for a local high school, Key Club. Key Clubbers want to do service. In my opinion, Kiwanis' unique youth program is our most significant contribution to our community, and we should try to work together as a team. Key Club members also will become Kiwanis members. We have over 18 members in our club that were at one time Key Club members. When Key Club members are present in service projects, it is a friendlier place and a more relaxed atmosphere, and the customers are more apt to buy something. So try to encourage your members to join your Kiwanis Club. Key Club members will respond to Kiwanis requests for volunteers on our Kiwanis projects, but the Kiwanis Club needs to respect and address Key Club members' schedule. Many Key Clubs are only able to meet once a month. After discussing your proposal with the faculty advisor, and always work through them, Present your appeal in person to the Key Club membership at least 2 months in advance of the opportunity. They need to get it on their calendar. Waiting till the last minute will not work with Key Club members. If possible, Kiwanis members should attend the Key Club meetings to let the Key Club members know why their participation is important. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's interesting because when Jen and I work with Key Clubbers, we say the same thing to them. We're like, you have to give Kiwanians 2 months, you know, like adults work on a different timeline than kids. But part of what Dawn is saying is that we can all work together, right? But we have to be aware of the needs of the different needs of the groups that are coming together. And so, you know, some of the impacts on being a sponsor and a sponsoring club is that there is this sense of accomplishment in carrying out the mission and vision of Kiwanis. You are working together to make the world better. You're reaching out, you're branching out, you're supporting. Here's what we're doing. We are building leadership through service with these SLP branches. And as a leader, as a sponsor, you can be very intentional about doing that and working with especially the young people. Or you mean, I don't know, that's my experiences with Key Club. They're ready to learn and to work with Kiwanians and to do the service. You're definitely changing, they're changing our lives, we're changing their lives, and we're making a difference out in the community. And you'll see this is a recurring theme. We help them, they help us, we all help the community, right? Okay.
And it truly is that family approach. I know several of our speakers have hit upon that, and Teresa has also alluded to the fact of us helping them helping us. Our hope in the Capital District is that all of our sponsoring Kiwanis clubs and their service leadership program branches have that family feel. They feel like they can go to one another whenever they need, whether it be for help or to celebrate an accomplishment. There is no better feeling to any of our SLP clubs than knowing they have such wonderful support standing behind them, which is your Kiwanis Club when you're serving as a sponsor. There are also impacts made on the community. Many of our communities can tell where there is a Kiwanis Club and where there are SLP students who are helping to create positive change. So Miss Angie Moore is going to help us learn a little bit about the impacts made on her local community.
Hi everyone, this is Angie Moore. I am a member of the Mount Airy, Maryland Kiwanis Club. I am also the Kiwanis advisor to the Linganore High School Key Club. I wanted to talk to you today about what impacts that we have noticed as a result of our local SLP branches and their involvement in the community. These kids are the saving grace for our Kiwanis Club as far as some of the fundraisers and service projects that we do. I would not be able to run our club's pancake breakfast without these students. They are the backbone of the labor in the dining room and washing dishes that we learn from them and they learn from us. We do a cleanup at a local elementary school is combined together. And again, they provide some of that labor that our members can't because of being in senior status with that. And they join with us in a parade in the summer that we do together with them. And again, it's wonderful to see these kids come out and interact with our older members and be known in the community as, oh, you're the service club that helps out the kids with that and sponsors them with that. Some background about how I see these kids work is I started in 2011 as a Kiwanis advisor, and then became a zone administrator. Some of the students that I first started out with back then have worked their way up through Key Club leadership. They've gone through CKI leadership. They are now back in Kiwanis with us. Some of what these kids give back to the community is that the officers and the members learn leadership skills that helps them with jobs. I have a young lady at Leonore whose mom thanked me for the service hours that she got with our pancake breakfast learning skills, that now serves as a hostess at a local restaurant that she works at. Kids are able to go into college, win scholarships because of leadership that they learned along with us, that they can then share back in the community as they become adults with that. So it is just wonderful to see what these students return to us, not only in helping with our community to provide the physical labor, but what we can do for them to learn the leadership skills that they will then bring back to their community.
I wanted to touch on something, Angie, a little anecdote from, she talks about Key Club providing the labor that some of our members can't. So it's important for young people, for students to understand the why behind what you are asking them to do, right? Like, this is a big educator thing. Like, what is the why? We focus a lot on the what. And I can remember a Key Club president explaining to our club, we had a request from the local garden club to help them with a show they were doing. And none of the kids were very interested, and they didn't know what garden club was, whatever they were. And then she said, I met with these ladies, and she said, they are tiny. They are old. They cannot set up the tables by themselves. And just that one, then the kids in the auditorium there understood why that was a Key Club project. They absolutely needed help with the physical part of setting up this show and breaking it down. And we had a great turnout. So it's important to include the why. That's all I wanted to say. Okay.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much, Teresa, because the why is huge. Our students need to understand what it is Kiwanis needs and why it is important. And they are often the first to volunteer to help us. But again, that why is important. Some other impacts made on the community through the SLP sponsorship are youth who are committed to bettering their communities. Oftentimes, they are the youth that are getting involved. They're running for the council positions. They want to continue to create that positive change and practice their service leadership skills that they've started to build upon in their SLP involvement. It also makes our Kiwanis family very visible in the community. As Angie had alluded to, her community says, oh, you are the club that works with the kids. You're the one that serves. The more we are able to get out into the community, the more Kiwanis becomes a household name. And we cannot do that without our SLP individuals. And our students often become role models for others in the community. We have had wonderful students who have accomplished a lot and have helped to create change, but also create change in their fellow classmates, encourage them to be a part of our Kiwanis family, encourage them to do good service. And because of their ability to be role models for others, we have had former SLP individuals in all branches of the Kiwanis family help change somebody's life. Going back to one of our former slides, we don't know what's going on within somebody's life, but our role might help to change their trajectory for the better. We've reviewed the positive interactions, our lessons learned, as well as the impacts. But the last portion that Teresa and I really want to focus on today are the benefits. There are awesome lessons that we could sit here and share with you all day. We can give you all of the experiences that we've had, but I think our next speaker really sums up what are the benefits to our SLP individuals. And so here is a former Key Club student who wants to share a word with you.
name is Claudia Moy, and I was a Key Clubber back in when I went to school at North County High School, and I'm currently an active Kiwanis member of the Kiwanis Club of Canton Fells. How I benefited from being in an SLP program, I thought that SLPs were extremely important to me, especially during a pivotal time of development for young adults. Key Club taught me the importance of giving back, but also allowed me to really see the positive impacts of volunteerism in the community that I grew up in. It was always a rewarding feeling to be recognized in the community as the Key Clubbers for North County High School, and also be one of the largest, most active clubs in school, and also seeing the smiles and gratitude of the people that we were helping. Personally, Key Club gave me the confidence to run for leadership positions in both the club level and the district level, and has taught me skills that I use in my career today, especially on public speaking, networking, professionalism, and ultimately the passion to continue giving and volunteering through the involvement of my Kiwanis Club as an adult. And I, have all the hopes and continue to feel that way, and will continue to stay involved.
Claudia is one of our newest members, and she joined in the Baltimore Blitz that took place. She's part of the Canton Fells Club, and took a little bit of time off from Kiwanis, but truly tells her story to everybody. She missed the connection and the interactions that she had had as a former Key Club member, and couldn't really figure out what she needed. And then someone said, "Have you thought about joining Kiwanis again?" So I want to make sure that all of you think about asking your former SLP students. It might not be the right time immediately after they graduate, but 2, 3, 5 years out, make sure you're reconnecting with your students. You never know when they might say, "Yes, now is the time that I'm able to join." Some of the other benefits to our SLP individuals from their involvement with our Kiwanis family include the soft skills, their ability to public speak, time management, their organizational skills, their electronic communication skills. All of our SLP programs use email as well as the internet and the online dashboard. They are proficient with using technology after their involvement. We talked a little bit about that support system earlier, but they have all of their advisors, their fellow members, and your club members to rely on to help them develop not only as young adults, but also lifelong adults. And then the biggest benefit that most of our former SLP individuals credit to their involvement in the Kiwanis family is their confidence in themselves and their abilities.
Right. They gain confidence through their experiences with planning and implementing these service projects where they are developing their leadership skills and carrying through and making it happen and seeing the positive results. That is such an impactful experience, and they have that confidence to step up as they get older too, right? So our next speaker is Mike Roman, and he's from Stanton Club. He's a former lieutenant governor and very active with the his area, and he's going to talk more about the benefits to clubs and advisors. Okay.
Michael Roman here, Kiwanis Club of Stanton. I've been an SLP, actually a Key Club advisor now, I think it's going on 10 years. And I tell you, what I find that sponsoring the Key Club has done for our club, I mean, the very fact that we sponsor a Key Club, it seems to give our members a real purpose. I mean, they appear to coalesce or come together whenever projects come up that involve the Key Club, even budgetary requests if they need some financial help and so forth. They all just seem to come together. I mean, first of all, our members always look forward to a visit from the Key Clubbers. They're always eager to meet them directly and to hear from them. I mean, they recognize and acknowledge that we're here to help the kids, and where else is that more evident than with our Key Club? For example, our members, I mean, we cannot do a lot of the projects without them, and they in turn rely on us to show them, to guide them what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. And I mean, there are extra hands and feet, if you would. They help us with our community projects, and generally it gives us an overall raison d'etre, if you would. I mean, this is why we're here. We're here for the kids, and where else to do it besides the Key Clubbers. And we also sponsor a Builders Club in the middle school, and we sponsor a CKI here at the local university. So in a nutshell, I highly recommend that you get a chance to sponsor a Key Club, go for it. Thank you.
Okay, so you all can tell there are recurring themes that are coming up, and some are very concrete. We couldn't actually physically do the service without them, right? It's more hands to assist with service projects. Some of them are more, you know, abstract things that are impacting us as leaders. It gives our club a sense of purpose, like we can see what we're trying to do. We're trying to help not just the kids, like the needy kids in our community, right? But the kids who are the helpers. We're helping them develop. It gives us a wider reach within the community. And these kids have families. These kids have their own social networks, and it ties us all in together. So there are both very concrete and these more sort of hard to pin down but positive impacts that sponsoring SLP has on a Kiwanis club. Okay. Our next speaker is very special to Jen, all right, and to probably anyone who has worked with them, I will say that, but it's Josh Hiscock. Okay.
My name is Josh Hiscock, and I'm a member of the Kiwanis Club of Ellicott City, Maryland. Our Kiwanis Club sponsors a K-Kids Club, 6 Key Clubs, and a CKI Club. That's a lot of youth hard at work in the community. The impacts that these SLP clubs have on the community are innumerable, and the depth of the impact is truly immeasurable. We are producing the leaders of tomorrow. But the reality is, these are the leaders of today. The skills that these students are learning through their SLP club experience, they're putting it to use everywhere. They're putting it to use in the classrooms, with their peers, in their schools. They're putting those skills to use in their neighborhoods, in their churches, in other organizations they're a part of, whether it's athletics or another club or organization. They're taking those servant leader skills and they're putting them to work all over in the name of Kiwanis, Key Club, CKI. The impact that these SLP students are having on their communities is immeasurable. These are the students that are going off to their colleges and universities to run for leadership positions, to find their first jobs in the workplace, to become civically involved and civically engaged, showing others that it's important to give back, that it's important to put others first, as servant leaders do. That's a lot of service hours. That's a lot of skills that are shared with the community because of the SLP experience that our students are having. So the SLP experience benefits the community in ways that are almost too innumerable to count.
And, you know, so Josh mentioned a lot of the same things, but one very concrete thing he mentioned about the benefits to the SLP member is that being part of a Kiwanis family group makes them more competitive in like their college applications, scholarship opportunities, this kind of thing. And I don't want to just harp on this because I don't want it to be like, oh, I joined Key Club to get into college. But I live and work in Charlottesville, Virginia, which is also the home of the University of Virginia, which is a fairly competitive and well-known school. And I believe in my heart that our Albemarle High School Key Club was so impactful in our community that just having that you were an officer in that club was almost a ticket into UVA. Do you understand? Like, because of the experiences we provided those students, the things they had to write about in their essays, the opportunities they were given. So it wasn't just like in name only. I got to write down I was, you know, president of the Key Club. It's the things they got to do as president of the Key Club that gave them that edge, right? They had something to talk about. They had something to write about. They had that confidence we've been talking about. They had that something that could make them stand out among other smart and capable, enthusiastic and hardworking students. And that is important. It's certainly, it's not like our sole purpose. It's almost, it's a like, but it is a benefit to the students and for us, like to our community. Okay. That's okay. That's all I'm saying about that. Okay. Do you want to add anything, Jen? Look.
No, I just want to recap. At the beginning of the presentation, we said SLP not only stands for Service Leadership Programs, but it really also stands for Service Leading to Positivity. As you've heard through all of our video recordings of the advisors' interactions and what Teresa and I have shared with you, the positives to our SLP individuals, our clubs, and our communities are unmatched. And we see many of you on the call who have SLP branches that you sponsor, but we also see some from clubs that don't currently have any SLP programs. And we hope that we may have encouraged you to think about the opportunity to become an advisor and get all of these wonderful benefits, not only for yourself, but through your opportunity to work with our community individuals. If you would like more information on the sponsorship process, this link will be posted along with our presentation, and KI has wonderful resources that take you through step-by-step the sponsorship process of any of the 5 service leadership program branches. Teresa and I will also make sure our contact information is posted so that you can ask us any questions that you have. But we really want your Kiwanis clubs to think about taking this leap of faith. It does come with responsibilities, but I assure you, those responsibilities are certainly worth your time and effort. The return that your club will receive through your activities and working together with our individuals is something that you won't have experienced before, and it is worth every step of the sponsorship process. We have left some time for questions, so I'm going to stop screen sharing and allow you all to unmute yourselves and ask us any questions that you may have. You can also use the chat box if you would prefer not to unmute yourself. But Teresa and I will take questions in the next 4 minutes. We end at 11:20 so that everyone can get ready for our panel presentation at 11:30. If you have no questions for either of us, we truly, again, thank you for sitting in our presentation this morning. We hope that you go to presentations after lunch and that you also listen to the panel discussion. A lot of the information presented is important to our sponsored leadership programs.
So as a teacher, I never know if there are no questions, if that means I did a great job and we answered all your questions and you all know exactly how to do the homework and what is due next class, or if you're sitting there going, what were you talking about? So I'm not sure what that means.
You know, you guys could consider the fact that we're stunned with the information and the change that went on. So take it with you know, a couple balloons there.
Yeah, I'm going to take it. I'm kind of a Pollyanna, so I'm going to take it in the positive way. But you know, it is always that question. It's like, why are there no questions? All right. Well, thank you all for listening to us. I hope you enjoyed it. We tried to make it so that it wasn't just me and Jen up here just talking all the time, because we could do that. We're both classroom teachers. Like, you can go and we'll just talk. We appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll say that you've given me some ideas. I've been invited to attend our Key Club board meeting this coming Thursday. The school is meeting virtually. I really wasn't sure what was going to be happening at this board meeting, but you're giving me some ideas to pass on to them for this troublesome period that we're going through. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll see you at the panel discussion.
All right. Have a great afternoon, everyone, and we hope to see you in person soon.
That's right.
Welcome everybody to this amazing time that we have together to discuss this very important topic. So as you know, in the middle of June, the Capital District had a task force formed to make a statement on the Black Lives Matters movement and the current state of our world. Several members were appointed to that task force that included Key Club members, CKI members, and Kiwanis members. We worked in unison for nearly 90 hours to create that statement that was released, and many clubs, including my own, have wanted to know where we go from here and how we go forward. So I was asked to moderate this panel today to discuss where we go from here. First of all, I want to give us a few housekeeping rules. We want everyone, please mute yourself. We won't be taking questions from the general room as a rule. I will monitor the chat box to see if there are questions that are, kind of applicable to the discussion. We will provide an email address where you can send your questions to. We will get back to you pretty quickly, and we also will use those questions to help the new task force that's been seated to, so with their work. So first of all, we want the panel to introduce themselves. I'm Eric Lamb. I'm the current Lieutenant Governor for Division 9. I've been a Kiwanian for almost 5 years now, been in public work for nearly 30 years, been serving on boards and doing civic work for most of that time. Ilana?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ilana Gardner. I'm your newly elected governor-elect. I am a former Key Club alumni out of California, Nevada, Hawaii district. And I am just so happy to be able to speak to you about matters that are concerning our Capital District Kiwanis family right now and in the future.
I saw Ron McCallum pop in. Is he there?
Yeah, I am here. I'm Ron McCallum. I'm currently the Capital District trustee for the 29 Kiwanis clubs in the Southeast Virginia region, as well as the partnership coordinator for the Capital District. I joined Kiwanis in January 2006, and within 3 months I was elected. I was president-elect. Didn't know what was going on, and I've been a club secretary for the past 8 years. A little bit about myself. I grew up in Southeast Wisconsin in a blue-collar town. It's home to Johnson's Wax, Case Tractors, Incinerator, and a whole bunch of other manufacturing companies. I enlisted in the Air Force in 1964. I am not a boomer. I am older than a boomer. So Jamie, I was noting that, and I didn't see anything about pre-boomers on there. And I'm too young to be a part of the greatest generation. So anyhow,
Good morning, everybody. My name is Emma Llewellyn. I am serving as the Key Club District Governor for Capital District. I'm really excited to be here this morning to offer my perspective on everything that's going on. I've been a part of all of the joint discussions and everything like that, so I'm really excited to be here and share that perspective from a Key Clubber. I guess my past experience, I've been involved with Key Club since I was born, basically. My mom's been the faculty advisor of my home club for the past 20 years. So I've been involved with Kiwanis family for a long time. I chartered a builders club my 8th grade year, and then in freshman year, I served as our club secretary. Sophomore year, I was club president, and junior year, I was club lieutenant governor for Division 15A. I'm from Lynchburg, Virginia. So now I'm serving as governor. So I'm very excited to be here with you all this morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you all so much. So how we're going to do this is we're going to talk about 4 main topics today, and we are going to start with this one. Ron, I believe you're going to lead off with this topic. Ron, are you there?
yes, I am. I just need to be trained to hit the green button.
That's all right, Ryan. That's all right.
I'm still learning. Okay. What I want to do is spend a few minutes talking about what Kiwanis has said about this topic in general, and more specifically within the past actually a few weeks. Back in 1924, and that was even before I was born, but after my dad was born, Kiwanis Club delegates in Colorado, in Denver, the International Convention, adopted a statement of 6 objects. And I know most of the Kiwanians have probably heard about the 6 objects of Kiwanis in the past. As I found out the other night when we were speaking, the SLPs may not be as aware of these, but they have been the foundation of the beliefs of Kiwanis for the past 90. Somebody do the math. It's too early in the morning for me. I think it's 96 years. So, but these statements had defined pretty much what Kiwanis is and what we do. And what I'd like to do is kind of summarize a statement made by our executive director of Kiwanis International during the Kiwanis International Council, which was held a couple of weeks ago. I think it's the 25th of July, to elect the next group of trustees and president-elect for Kiwanis. And some of you may have heard this already, so it may be a refresher for those that haven't. Please bear with me. But back, like I said, back in 1924, the delegates at the International Convention in Denver adopted a statement of 6 objects which defined the goals of our organization and embedded these in the objects. These embedded objects are the philosophies, like first one, I'm paraphrasing, of course, we value human life and personal faith above anything material. Second is, we believe that we should treat others as we would be treated ourselves. As the basis for our personal relationships and interactions. That when it comes to business, organizational and personal membership, personal relationships, that we should always take the high road. That we should understand that citizens who take time to educate themselves, engage in discourse with others, and vote are at the core of sound government and strong communities. That we commit ourselves to leveraging the synergy of working together to make a difference in our communities, and that we form these relationships or these friendships that can last for a lifetime. That we further commit ourselves to ensuring fairness, justice, and goodwill, that everyone in our communities, that these are the values that are stated in our objects. Well, that was good for quite a few years, and then about back in 2008, delegates at our convention in Orlando, International Convention again, adopted a statement that says, "We as Kiwanis leaders and members take action to create a culture and a club environment that develops and nurtures mutual respect for all and celebrates the inclusiveness of our organization." And then just last year, when we were down at Disney World, the delegates again in Orlando made a strong statement that we will not discriminate based on race, creed, color, national origin, age, or sexual orientation when it comes to our membership or in how we exist and conduct business within our communities. So our statement as an organization should be that we align with our stated values. And these values, which are embodied in the 6 objects. Our delegates adopted these, and that we don't discriminate or tolerate discrimination, that we support fairness and justice for all, and that ultimately we should be guided by the golden rule for ourselves and our communities and our organizations. That's basically what our executive director had to say as part of his annual report a couple of weeks ago. And I think, my view, that even though those some things that they may be old, may be still pretty good. Maybe I'm biased, but that's kind of what Kiwanis has laid out as the basic beliefs of Kiwanis. They've adopted them somewhat over the years, but I think in today's environment, I think they are quite applicable yet in the current situation. I would ask if any of my fellow panel members have any comments.
I'd like to comment on what you said.
Let you move.
Sorry, about how the topics are very applicable now. I would say that they are very applicable, or they should be very applicable. But the one thing I would say to kind of just challenge that a little bit from a different perspective is just how well are we doing at applying those topics. So whether we are or aren't, we definitely need to do some reflecting on how we're doing. And I think that comes to what we're trying to do right now with the diversity and inclusion conversation as a whole. That's a first step, but I definitely think that laying out what we should be doing is a very good first step in seeing how we are doing as a whole.
Thank you, Emma. I think that's a great comment, and I think it's very, very appropriate to what we're doing. We do need to make a reality check now and then. Next year, I spent a lot of time in the Air Force, and one thing you want to do is make sure you stay on course, and that's we've got the guidance down there, the values, and we need to do that reality check now and then to make sure we do stay on course. Like I said. Anything else, Elena? Do you have anything to say? Or Eric? If not, Eric, move on.
I just was going to add, I know we all have looked at the Declaration of Independence and how they said that's a living document, it's evolving. Our 6 objects of Kiwanis, they're unchanged, but they are a living document. It's something that is changing definition as we go from generation to generation, as Kiwanis has become more diverse, more inclusive internally, and now we just need to project that to the rest of the global community.
Nice. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right.
Back to you, Eric, if you have anything.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ron. So here's the second topic for today.
Good.
Diversity and inclusion, what do they mean? And Emma is going to lead our discussion on this, and then the others will jump in.
Alrighty, hi everybody again. So for diversity and inclusion, I guess I'll just open it in a blunt way, is not just about race. The thing I would tell you all right now that we're working on for moving forward is challenging all of the issues that come into diversity and inclusion and how our organization as a Kiwanis family is doing in addressing these issues. So the analogy that I've heard that I've used in personal things as well as Key Club things is that racism right now and racial inequality is the fire that we're fighting right now. It's the most pressing issue because it's what's going on. It's going on in our world right now very publicly. And so but that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that diversity and inclusion encompass. It also includes things like ageism, sexism, ableism, all of these things. And so our organization needs to reflect and grow. And that doesn't mean that you have to tell yourself you're doing things wrong. That's not what we're asking you to do at all, but we're asking you to look in on yourself as well as the organization and how we can move forward together as a Kiwanis family. And so growth, how does that happen? How are we going to do this? We're going to be doing this through action, through education, which we'll talk about more in a few minutes. So I won't go into that, but growth is about reflection and being willing to go into it with a growth mindset. And so for the topic of diversity and inclusion, it's going to feel uncomfortable, but that means that you're growing. So being willing to have the uncomfortable conversations and feel that discomfort shows that you're willing to address this issue as an organization. So I used this the other night when we were planning for this call, and I thought I would share this with you also. I'm all about the analogies for things like this. For growth, it's going to feel uncomfortable, but it's as if you have a cut or a wound or something and your scab is like, it feels itchy or your skin feels tight. While that is not comfortable, it shows that you're growing. And so I think that as an organization, we need to embrace the discomfort and move, because that'll help us move forward. So I think that there are several things that we're doing really well. As Ron mentioned, the objects of Kiwanis, that's definitely something that we can strive for. But I definitely think there are still some things that we need to look into a little bit. And I think that that's what we are trying to do as a task force for the diversity and inclusion. So that's my main spiel about it. If any of the other panelists have anything they'd like to add to continue the conversation a little bit.
I believe Emma.
Well, go ahead, Alana.
I was going to say, I think Emma kind of really touched on it. When we're looking to recruit new members, when we're looking to find new communities to do service, it's not important that we're just looking at, oh, let me go to this particular race to recruit into our Kiwanis family or to serve in their community. We really need to assess the needs of everyone, but we also have to be mindful of what is happening around us. And if we're looking to engage individuals who don't look like, think like, live like us, worship like us, then we need to ask them, what are the things you feel the community needs? Those community assessments. You can do that by talking to your urban league. You can talk to other organizations that are dedicated to specific ethnicities, and they can give you good tips and cues on what are the things that concern them in employment. And from there, that gives you an entry into saying, let me tell you about Kiwanis and how I think Kiwanis can help you achieve what you're looking forward to. And from there, maybe those individuals will say, you know what, I like what Kiwanis does. I'm interested in becoming a member.
One thing that I have learned through this whole process is that since the task force made its first statement, you know, the joint statement, I've had numerous clubs that have contacted me about, you know, what does diversity mean? And what has been so nice for, you know, from my perspective as a, you know, club coach is to hear their hear what their definition is and what we think it might be. I worked with a group recently that I would say a pretty normal looking Kiwanis Club. They did have several members of color and several members of, you know, diversity there, but what they were lacking was younger members, and they had very few female members. So in that group's case, I would encourage them to seek ways of how do we attract younger folks? How do we attract more women into the group? So those are all things that we're going to be working on as a task force to help with education points on those things. Anyone else have any topics? We're moving quite quickly. Any other topics? So we may have a little bit of time for questions toward the end since we're moving so quickly. Any other questions, any other comments on this topic before I move ahead?
I would just add to what you said about how the task force plans to address issues outside of racial equality, which has been our main focus so far in releasing the statements and everything like that. Eric, you mentioned the how Kiwanis clubs are somewhat lacking younger members and females and things like that. So I would say one thing going into the task force that I was very passionate about is the fact is that. And so I also feel like from the younger perspective, that's what I'm here to offer. I would say that those are things that must be addressed by Kiwanis, not necessarily as a district, but they do have to be addressed because from the younger perspective, that's something that we see and we are very much aware of. And so what it helped for us, it's kind of a feeling of, do we want to continue with Kiwanis because are we going to be welcomed? And so I think that I'm as a in a higher position in Key Club, I can see that we will be welcomed because I've been able to experience that. But how do we get that to the general member if all they see is what Eric has described? And that's a challenging thing to address. I'm fully aware of that, but I did want to add that topic to what Eric was saying.
Thank you, Emma. So anybody else have any discussion points before we move on? Any of the panelists? Great. Discussing topic number 3, which I think is where we will spend the bulk of our time today, is phrasing what is okay to say and what is not. Often I think, and I'll give a little bit of my perspective before I let Alana jump in here. I'm a Key Club advisor, a CKI advisor, and also do a lot of work with my home Kiwanis Club. And often we've had a discussion, and I find happening where members of different age groups are trying to say the same thing, but they're saying it differently. And sometimes people might be offended, even though people don't mean to be offensive. So Ilana's gonna help us understand more about that.
So to prepare for the session, I went to Stevie Wonder. These 3 words, sweet and simple, short and kind, they always kindle an aching heart to smile inside. We've heard a lot of 3 words this year, some of them that individuals find offensive, others that people find empowering. One of the most harmless phrases that I think we use commonplace every day in our Kiwanis family is kids need Kiwanis. Shouldn't be anything wrong with that, except when I was a child, if I went to my great-grandmother's farm, she'd be real quick to say, children, don't refer to my grandkids as kids. Kids are out in the pen in the yard. Kids being an offensive word. I know we know that times have changed, but it's something as simple as that. You have to kind of know your crowd and know your audience. Right now we have the word Karen is unacceptable. Thank you, 2020. And yet Karen Schumacher, who's on this call, is one of my favorite Kiwanians. I have an Aunt Karen. And so knowing that that name has now been weaponized to reflect a certain type of person should be an area where we try to refrain from utilizing that. I can think of so many common day, everyday words that people use and that are hurtful, even within the Kiwanis family, even within our Capital District Kiwanis family. I've had people say those things to me Early on when I joined Kiwanis, if I would go to a mid-year or district convention, when people would be introducing me to folks, they'd tell me later on, that's the good old boys of Kiwanis in the Capital District. And I understood what they meant by saying that. And the reality is most of those individuals do not reflect that stereotype. They have sown so much into me that I know that someone just felt that was their impression and they wanted to pass that on. When I joined the Capital District Board, I had people congratulate me. Finally, a person of color on the board. It's absolutely one of those things that doesn't feel good in the way that you would expect. And so I want us to be really mindful. Sometimes when we're in a room with people, we say things, I've said things. And the reality is if even one person's feelings are impacted, it's probably something we should try to consider not saying anymore.
Ivana, Dave Rothberg says, how do you stop saying kid needs Kiwanis when that is what KI is really pushing?
I don't think we can. It's been hashtagged and everything, but I think if you do come around someone who's old school, that we explain to them that Kiwanis is all about that capital letter K, and that for us, it just sounded better when we were trying to match the letters and shorten the hashtag. But I don't know a lot of people who do feel that way, but I know some. I think it's just important of just being sensitive and saying, I hear you, I understand it. It's a branding that's coming from our international headquarters and they didn't feel there's an issue. And maybe we should address it with Kiwanis and let them know, hey, did you know, and for some people, kids is tantamount to mutt, mongrel, and other words that people consider offensive.
And something else, Alana, that you taught me that I wasn't aware of when we had one of our first initial task force calls was about you explaining to me about how the, having multiple K symbols all together could be offensive. Could you explain that to the group, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Every so often we'll get one of these special Kiwanis pins. I am a collector, and the design is the Kiwanis family, the CKI, and the Key Club logos lined up. Well, since you can't see the little key in the middle of the Key Club logo, and you can't see that the C and the I are there for Circle K, it looks like it says K, K, K. For an organization that people tend to generalize and say this is an entirely white male organization, not exactly the best look. And I've worn those pins and didn't realize it until someone pointed it out to me. And so now that we know we have new branding and imagery, we can use the Kiwanis word logos to prevent those type of situations.
All right. Any other panelists have any discussion topics on this? Emma, Ron? Not, we'll move on.
I guess my concern is how could you not hear me?
Yeah. Well, we can hear you.
Could
Go
you
ahead.
hear me? Okay. Okay. My question is, how do you know? How does one know? Is there a central repository of these offensive terms, or how do I find out that I am unknowingly saying something that I shouldn't be saying? I mean, like, I would have never thought about the thing about kids. Kids need Kiwanis. I mean, we talk about Kiwanis kids, supporting the kids. All our logo wear it says kids. It's all about the kids. Is this? I'm confused, I guess.
Actually, Ron, it is very much confusing.
How does one know when?
I'll agree. It's very confusing. Some words don't mean anything. I mean, we've come through a time when the word retarded is no longer socially acceptable, where the word boy can be considered offensive. The term gay is no longer happy. And in some circles, that term's not even really used at all. Language is always evolving. I'm a former spelling bee champ, and etymology is really important to me. I'm that kind of nerd. But I think when you're in a room with someone, usually they're going to give you a verbal or a facial cue that something didn't sound right or made them uncomfortable. And it's about being aware and noticing that. And sometimes they'll stop and have that sidebar conversation with you. And all I would ask is just please hear them out and understand why. You don't have to agree with, but understand why for them that touches a nerve and hurts their feelings. I saw Jennifer Wolf had posted a common phrase that people use all the time, gypped. It's a reference to gypsies. Again, when that term was so popular, a lot of people didn't think about it. I'm even reluctant to say, how are you feeling? Oh, I'm hanging in there. I am uncomfortable with that term now, but for a long time, it's a colloquialism and an idiom that I've used. And so these things that people say, we just really have to be mindful. My father grew up in Alabama, PhD and several master's degrees, really quick to say, I'm a country talking yabba yabba. And yet that wasn't who he was. He was extremely articulate. And so we need to be mindful when we're saying those things. People may assume what you say indicates who you are and not, this is how I was brought up, this is how I was raised, this is what's acceptable in my home and my household. And if I've offended you, I am sorry for the offense. What would make you comfortable when you're in my presence so that I don't have that same issue?
Got several comments here in the chat box, which are great. Jen Hitchcock says maybe we could talk about communities need Kiwanis, not just kids. And Dennis talks about that when he was in the Iowa district, they had a sign that was the KKK for 20 years, and students started calling it the KKK organization. And there's been lots of great comments here, and I just encourage, like Ilana said, if you see someone when you're talking to them and they have a little weird look on their face, maybe stop and say, what did I say that was wrong? Because a lot of times it's a difference in language. So here, for those of you who don't know, I run a nonprofit for a living. And I was in a meeting the other week talking about equity, and 3 of the members sitting in that room thought we were talking about, like, you earn equity on your home loan, not a people group's equity in their life. And so a lot of times it's just a lack of understanding. And so having a simple, respectful conversation can solve that. Any other topics on this before we move on? All right, let me get the page changed here. Topic number 4, action through education. Emma talked about this just a second ago, but we're going to talk about what the task force is going to be working on, how we're going to be doing that, and how we go forward. This is a hard topic. There's no getting around that. When Governor Lurie asked some of us to work together to draft this first statement, it was a lot of hard work. We started off with several different directions, started off with several hard discussions. I mean, we had very open discussions with each other, and I think it was positive because we needed to have those open discussions. Like we heard from Emma, we heard from the CKI governor as well, and it was quite nice to hear a younger person's perspective on things. And I think as many folks have mentioned in the many sessions this morning already, we are an organization that's focused on youth, and we need to understand that their perspective needs to be a good part of what we're going to be about. So here's what's coming. A new task force has been seated. It does comprise of Key Club members, CKI members, and Kiwanis members. There are multiple of each, and it's a pretty I think, a good starting place. We have discussed about adding more members in the future, and I think we'll be talking about that soon. We did draft a vision statement and a committee statement or a task force name. It will be Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. That will be the official name of the group going forward, and that may change over time as our focus changes, but currently that's what it is. And what we are focusing on is education. We can't focus on retribution. We can't focus on what happened 5 years ago. We can only put a period and make sure that as we're going forward, we're doing what's best for Kiwanis and what's best for the Capital District. So I will honestly say our discussions probably will be uncomfortable with some of us. They will be hard, but the best work always comes from those hard discussions. And so the task force will be developing some good educational pieces that can be used within clubs, within the education team, that will be able to come to your clubs, come to your DCMs, and train folks. We'll be developing, I believe, multiple pieces of, for education. One of the topics that was kind of skirted in our initial task force work was the history of Kiwanis and how did, when did women, become admitted? When did African Americans become admitted, and so forth? So we're going to be covering that in one of our, presentations. And so the work will not be fast. I've had a couple of clubs contact me already and say, okay, it's been long enough. When are we going to have this stuff? And I know I've talked with several members of the task force, and we've agreed that we would rather work a little slower and make sure the work is done properly than to put out a product that we need to go back and make a second statement on. Many of you are aware that when the Black Lives Matters issue broke within our, nation, Kiwanis made an initial statement, and it was not greeted with very good results. And so there was lots of backlash from that initial statement. And so there needed to be a second statement made and a second statement prepared. And that's when Governor Lurie, contacted the members of the initial task force to ask us to work on drafting a statement. So I would just reiterate, please be patient with us. This is, these topics are not easy, but we want to make sure that we are working thoroughly to produce good educational pieces, good direction that clubs and trainers can use to go forward. I'll let the other task force members chat now, for the other panelists. Anyone else?
I completely agree with what you said about how the work's going to be slow. As he mentioned at the very beginning, when we drafted our original statement as a Kiwanis family coming together to do that, we spent hours upon hours, oftentimes late into the night, drafting this statement. And that was quick because it needed to be. And so we did it in a very condensed amount of time. And we intend for this task force to stick around for a while. And so the work, while it may be slower, it will be effective, and we will provide as much as we can for it. So that's what I have to say about what he mentioned about patience also.
Anna or Ron, any comments?
You hear me? Am I still on?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna get back to mute. Okay. I think one thing we need to be careful of, and all this sounds good and very productive, and certainly something that needs to be done, but it seems like after the incidents on the Labor Day weekend, or May 31st, whatever, a lot of the Kiwanis like Kiwanis International tried to step up and have a dialogue, but the dialogue kind of fell apart real quick when it seemed like everybody wanted to argue, but they wanted to argue, and all they wanted was somebody to agree with their position, their statement, their point of view, and not listen and not not be tolerant at all of hearing what the other people had to say. So I think it's definitely time for the meaningful conversations, productive conversations, and it sounds like I'm not on the working group, but it seems like it seems certainly to me that's the right direction we should be heading. That's about it.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about in preparation for that statement was, and it was a really hard admission, was were we aware of instances when unkind language, unwelcoming words, and actions were said to members in the various branches of our Kiwanis family, and the adults on the call and the committee knew of instances in every branch. And that's a tough thing to say. Why would that happen in Capital District? We love each other. We care about each other. We care about our community. We would never intentionally do those things, and yet they've happened. And sometimes corrective action was taken, and other times people just said, nah, and walked away and let it go. I think because of what's happening in the world now, we're saying we as Kiwanians want to take that opportunity to stand up and again, not necessarily confront you. I definitely advise pull the person off to the side, have that conversation. We're supposed to be friends and family and be able to speak to each other and say, hey, I don't think you intended it to be that way. Let's give each other the benefit of the doubt. But this particular situation, I think you said something or your actions aren't indicative of your character, because I know who you are and I know that's not how you are. And when we do see someone doing something that is extremely blatant, I think, again, you want to bring that to attention of your district board members so they can have a conversation. I do know of one instance where I remember someone saying something and it resulted in the removal of that person from their office. We just don't have the luxury of going into the community and saying certain things and taking certain actions and then want to say, oh, but that's me personally, not Kiwanis. If you went out and you had your Kiwanis shirt on, if your introduction to these individuals were through Kiwanis, you can't disavow yourself from the Capital District. And so your personal ideals and verbiage, they get called into question as it calls into question us as an organization.
That was powerful. Right. We want to thank you for your time and attention now. We do have a couple more comments that I'll read. Randall Wolf says that many nonprofits talk about youth. And what about him, she, they for the LGBT youth? So that's a definite thing that I think is a positive way to go forward. So there's been lots of amazing, yes, Dave, please speak, Governor Dave.
Oh, thank you. Just to give you all, for those members who are on this call that may not have been involved in the process of how the statement came out, I want to give you all a little background because, the fact is that we brought together on a very short timeline our 3 district boards, Key Club, CKI, and Kiwanis. And we had, like has been told to you by the task force members, these very difficult conversations. And in fact, when it came time to present this to the 3 district boards, we did it together. Emma, myself, and Madeline brought our 3 boards together. And we had a 3-hour discussion on this topic before we adopted this statement. So there was a lot of thought that went into this, but we also knew is that we want to do this right. And we want to make a strong statement because we recognize here in Capital the unique history that has occurred, not only with Black Lives Matter, but the fact of the matter is that, we have Washington, D.C. in our district. This is looked upon, this area is looked upon as one of the cradles of democracy. And the fact is that we felt like that we had to be the example and step up as Kiwanians, as Key Club and CKI members to say, we think this is important and that this is a topic that we need to address. And I know the task force is going to do the right thing and take the right time and make this something that's a positive for all of us. And thank you for your time.
So we are running up on our time together, but I wanted to please let you all know that if you have further questions for us, you have questions for the task force, please feel free to email me at lieutenantgov@kiwanascville.org, and I'll make sure that those questions get passed on to the panelists from today and to the task force. We want to thank you again for your time and your listening and your thoughts today, for those who have waited in the chat comments. And we want you to know that we are working hard to make sure that we do the right thing. And we understand that Governor Dave and Governor Dennis coming in have placed great trust in us to make sure that we are, making statements and good educational pieces on behalf of the Capital District that are worthy of us. So thank you again for your time and your great attention today. And I look forward to seeing some of you in the afternoon sessions.
So I will go ahead and start. It's 1 o'clock. Want me to go ahead and start?
Please.
I think now's as good a time as any.
Okay, good time. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's been enjoying the session so far. I've loved every single one this morning. It's been great. Wonderful information has been provided. I hope this will be helpful to you. I'm Donna Riley. I have an old style computer that doesn't have a camera on it, so I can see the screen on my computer, but you can't see me. So I'm on the phone, but also can see the screen. I'm Donna Riley with the Westminster, Maryland Kiwanis Club. I'm currently their assistant secretary, and I'm also for the Capital District. I'm the advocate for Signature Project, and starting in October, I'll also be the advocate for the K-Kids and Builders Club. And I'm a former lieutenant governor. And on October 1, I'll also become the actual secretary for our club. So thank you for coming to this program. I know there are many, many projects in our Capital District that would qualify and be an award winner for the Signature Project. I saw that Wes Brown was on the call earlier. His club got a honorable mention at the convention in Las Vegas, Nevada. So I know there are a lot of clubs that have great projects that could come up and could possibly win a Signature Project award from KI. And really the purpose of the Signature Projects from the Kiwanis International is to elevate our projects so that we really can show the world the value of the service we provide to our communities, and also elevate the awareness of Kiwanis and engage our current members and remind them that what we do is important to our communities and to the children that we serve. They have great website tools on the Kiwanis International site. Some of these slides will have website links to them, and it really helps you to understand how you can go about elevating your projects to a Signature Project. First, you need to look at your projects and see, is this really what we want to do? Can we do it simpler, easier, better? And do we have the partners that we need to help us from other organizations, whether they be local, other organizations to partner with, or partnering with our Kiwanis national organizations, and also to help you to prepare thoroughly for those projects. Okay, Lanny, you can go on to the next. One thing for a Signature Project, it's imperative when they come at KI and their board evaluates all submitted Signature Projects to be considered as a Signature Project, it is imperative that every single one of what I'm calling these KI priorities are included within your project. Number one, they have to be a recurring project at least once a year. Now, it doesn't mean a brand new project couldn't be submitted as a Signature Project, but you have to be able to explain within the application that you plan to continue that project on an annual basis. And those projects could be either a fundraising project or a service project. They don't all have to be about fundraising. It could be service. Second is branding, making sure that we are using the proper KI brand and that we elevate our brand in our community, in our public relations, in the activities. We use our name on the projects and the media, and make sure the name of Kiwanis is out there and visible throughout the project. Also, it has to have high impact, and that could be high impact either for how much money was raised or how many children or members of the community did we serve. And finally, and also importantly, is a membership focus. Membership focus is not only the participation of members, but also the opportunity to strengthen membership, grow your membership, develop new partners, or maybe even gain new members from the activities and events that you're doing. Next, Alana. In the KI website, they start out and give you a toolkit, and they talk about 5 steps of that toolkit. They be like choosing your project, bringing it to life, working with partners, using the resource as in reporting on success. So the link's there for the Kiwanis International website for their toolkit, which they go into great detail on each of those steps. So Alana, go to the next slide and we'll just kind of talk it through the visual. Basically, this visual is something that you would need to do like a plan, do, act type of process, like we have in our making our strategic plans for our club, is looking at your project, choosing and selecting what project do we have that we consider we currently have or want to do a new project that we believe would be a good signature project. And then you need to bring it to life by getting the media involved, getting other partners involved, getting special guests involved, getting a real wow factor included into that process of putting on that project either before, during, or after that event, which includes working with partners. Particularly, as it said in an earlier slide, have you worked with the known Kiwanis International partners, such as JCI, the Landscape Structures, IHOP, the military recruiting offices, whatever it may be. We have many Kiwanis International partners. Make sure you try to bring them in to your project. And one of the partners we have is the flags of the flag company or Scholastic International. Include the partners in some way. And not only just the KI partners, but possibly even local partners, whether it be at the state, county, local jurisdiction level, or city level. The budget busting resources is working through the Kiwanis warehouse or the Office Depot and getting the deals through those partners as well for any things and resources, depending on what your project is, if that would help. Or getting either a special grant from the Children's Fund, Capital District Children's Fund might also be a resource. Then you need to report your success on the Secretary dashboard, really as a meaningful project. That way, then Kiwanis International has that information to use and show across the world as to what and how we're impacting the lives of children, either in raising of funds or in resources or services we do for children. Next, Alana. Part of this signature project, they just made some changes this last year. It will be the 5th year of signature project contest. In the 4th year, which was last year, was the first time they split the submission of considerations for a signature project award into 2 different tiers. The first tier are for clubs that have 1 to 27 members. So if you've got only a club of 15, you could possibly have a project for your community and for the value and the resources you either raise or the services you provide could possibly qualify and win you an award as a signature project. They have this past June at the International Council meeting, they gave out awards on each tier, and many of those clubs had only 7 or 8 or 10 members, but they won an award in tier 1. Then tier 2 is clubs with 28 or more members. They also last year, for the first time, had local clubs submit your projects and answer the questions in their online format that went directly to Kiwanis International first. In the past, clubs would submit their projects to me, who I would share with the committees across from our state. We would review, and then we would make a selection. Now it goes directly to KI. That way they can keep track of how many submissions are coming in. They in turn send it back to the district secretary, who will then send it on to the committee that has been designated to review club level projects. Through that, the committee determines and selects a project in tier 1 as well as tier 2, if we have any submissions in each of the tiers. Advise our governor of our selection, and then we submit that selection to KI. That way, KI, from the very beginning when it was first selected, they already have a copy of the application of the online questions. They already have copies of the photos or news articles that have, or videos that have been submitted along, and they already have the information. We don't have to resubmit it, send it back up to them. Then the Kiwanis International Board Committee on Service and Partnerships will review all submissions and make a final selection. Next slide, Alana. And this basically just gives a visual. I'm a very visual person rather than auditory. So that way you can see the process. If it goes, the individual clubs do the online reporting. It's sent, you send it directly to KI. They'll send it back to us. We'll do the reviewing here in the Capital District of Capital District submissions. We as a Capital District will make a selection for each tier, and then we will notify Kiwanis International of our selection for each tier for this year. And then finally, the KI will review all submissions that have been selected across the districts worldwide to make the choices. Next slide, Alana. I wanted to then go over some tips of the last 4 years, and especially this last year, especially the online submission. They're really critical that as you're filling out, and of course, don't fill out this online form online, because if you fill it out and don't finish it, it'll be considered complete. So you will have a copy, and I will provide that for Jeff Wolf, that'll get put on the website, of what we have developed as a rubric that follows the questions from the online form that KI has done. So that way you've got a rubric you could use to develop and write your submission before you ever enter it onto the online form. That way you've got plenty of time to edit, to review it, to write it, and go through that whole application process to make sure you have answered everything correctly. Then I have found that the first thing that will knock you out of consideration as a Signature Project Award winner, that if you have not covered all of the KI priorities, have you not addressed being a recurrent project, enhancing the brand of Kiwanis, having high impact, and a focus on membership. The next thing that is a problem is there are listed there on this slide 3, 6, 7 questions from the rubric and from last year's online questions that were strictly wanted a number. They wanted no narrative to that question. It was strictly how much money was raised, how much money was spent, how many members participated, how many new members did you gain through the project, how many children did you serve, etc. All they want is a number. And each of those questions have no place to explain those numbers. You would need to explain those numbers within the other questions that are on the form. There's a total of 30 questions. The first 11 questions are strictly demographic questions. But what's the name of your club? What's the name of your district? What's your key number of your club on the demographics? I did notice last year some submissions that I received, people didn't even know that we were in the Capital District. So it asked, what is your district? And they said division, whatever the number of your division was, and not the district. So you need to make sure you've got a committee reviews your submissions and your information you put on. What they've also, they have increased. When they first started the Signature Project, they only allowed 200 words for explanation. They have opened up all the remaining questions. So questions 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 have over 800 word text fields available for explanation. So you've got plenty of place to write your explanation of your project, by why you should be considered a signature project. Also, in the attachments, it's really important that you have photos of your projects, any news clips, videos. If you have a local news station or radio station that has covered your project or advertised for your project, that's great to include those links to those stories or videos, as well as any photos. But when you also do the photos, make sure it's not a lineup of Kiwanis members just standing there smiling at the camera. Really need to be action-oriented photos. Pictures of SLP members or Kiwanians helping someone, serving someone, giving someone something, greeting someone, and actually be an action-oriented photo that really is much livelier, that is also something they could use in promotion of Kiwanis at the KI level if you were to be a winner. So those are some of the important little tweaks or issues or things to think about when you write the signature project. Also, one of the biggest things, especially with branding, since branding is one of the priorities, make sure whatever you do, you've got to have this Kiwanis emblems available, visible on shirts, on aprons, on banners, on hats, whatever it is you're taking a photo of, whatever you're using as to this is to show us what we're doing, but make sure it does not have the bird cage around it. It has to be the new brand of Kiwanis International that's now been the new brand for, I think, 3 to 4 years now. So that would be one of the things you would have to consider if you're going to be doing a signature project. Do we need to have new banners made? Do we need to have new aprons or hats or shirts or whatever that would advertise and be able to promote and see the emphasis of Kiwanis out there visually? I think that's just about it. And then the last slide, the next thing is the last slide. About time, this is all subject to change because we don't know exactly when they'll open up the contest, but typically around mid-December, KI will send out notification that they have now opened up the contest. There may be a couple changes or tweaks into the questions. I don't know because they're responsible for the questions, but I've made the rubric based on last year's, the most current known questions. So it'll be available. People could start using to start writing up their application for be considered for a signature project. It ends on the last Monday of January. So again, anywhere from mid-December to the last Monday in January approximately, and we'll get the true dates about mid-October. We'll know exactly what the dates are. In the past, it's typically then the district, we have to make it the selection and get it selected and told to KI by mid-February. KI will then choose the top 10 winners in each tier around mid-March. And then in Salt Lake City, this next June, is when they will have the award breakfast. And it was in Las Vegas, Nevada, where the fishing clinic, the Smithfield Clinic, won an honorable mention and received an award at the convention. So that's kind of a quick synopsis of signature project. On the last slide is my name, email address. Oops, and I misspelled iCloud. Should have a D, sorry. I will make sure that gets corrected, Jeff, before you post it on the website, and my phone number. Always welcome to answer anyone's phone call if you have any questions about the signature project. So thank you very much. If anybody has any questions, I'm sure they could go up into the bubble and ask questions or just say it orally. So thank you very much. Alana?
Thank you, Donna. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the next part of the session, we're going to go over Teenager of the Year. I think a lot of people were really shocked to see what Teenager of the Year application process looked like this year. But one of the things we had was we had so many issues with regards to metrics, ease of the application, consistent timelines and notifications. And we wanted to try to see what can we do to fix all of those things and hopefully see more, become aware of more teenagers who are taking the time right now to make a difference in our communities. So our district recognizes one deserving teen aged 13 to 18 that lives in the District of Columbia, Delaware, Maryland, or Virginia for their academic achievements, citizenship, service to their school and community, growth and responsibility, and his and her, and I'm going to have to update those pronouns per our last session, family unit, character and leadership performance with the title of Capital District Teenager of the Year, and they also receive $2,500. Well, what's new about Teenager of the Year? Kiwanis Family SLP membership is not required. That's always been the case, but we really want to make sure we're calling that out so that you know every teen is eligible to apply for this recognition. And that takes us to our second bullet. This is not a scholarship. It's not based on grades. It's really about service to the community, to one another, to what you're giving to people of yourself. And that's what we're recognizing young people for. This may not be a scholarship because of the means in which the recipient chooses to receive the award. They might use it as a savings bond. They might invest it in their own personal nonprofit. They might use it for books for school. So, you know, we've tried to really keep that very open-ended. Kiwanis Club participation is optional. Encouraged, but optional. The importance of applicants must use the online application. Again, we wanted everything very standardized, consistent timelines, consistent process. If one of the suggestions I had people say, well, my club wants to download the application early and we'll send it out to the students we want to apply, and then those will be the students we have go in. Well, the new application has certifications that the students need to complete, photo waivers, parental consents, things of that nature. And so that process really wouldn't work. Also, if you're already excluding students, then we're missing out on the things that those individuals did to help their community, and we want to hear about them. No more mailing applications. Given today's current postal system, this is probably the best thing about this new TOY process. Everything is done online. It moves from the applicant to the clubs, to the division, to the district, all electronically without one stamp. Club and division certifications are also done electronically, and we'll be updating those processes as well and moving them onto the district website. And the other thing we added was a TOY applicant inquiry email, Teenager of the Year K03@gmail.com. That was extremely helpful this year as we rolled out this new processes when individuals were looking to say, hey, I couldn't get a certified transcript. Can I send my report card? That was fine. My reference won't give me the letter. How do I get it in? You could upload a piece of paper saying that it was going to be emailed directly to this email box, and we would catch it up with the application once the process had closed. Other questions people ask, what's the status and update on my application? And we did that as well, utilizing that email. So that's a really good thing, and we're going to continue with that this year. So why all the changes? There are clubs that do an amazing job of promoting this opportunity. And like I said, feedback from the applicants made it clear the process needed an update. In addition to online applications, we've added the uniform deadlines for clubs, division nominees, and waivers, so applicants who apply from an area without an active Kiwanis Club are still being considered. And your division lieutenant governors are more involved. And applicants are able to get updates once their application is submitted. So how's it work? At some point this year, and our new chair, Judy Panelides, will be releasing the timelines as well as, I believe, a rubric and any additional changes to the application. That application will open up on a specific day. You'll be notified in advance through the district website, your lieutenant governor, and probably like this year, an article in our Capital Kiwanian. So once an applicant goes into the online application, they will have 30 days to complete that application. They could save and come back to it later, and they'll receive a link telling them to come back and to finish their application, but they need to do it within that 30 days window or they'll have to start again. And that's because some of the items need to be uploaded and so they might want to take their time. So once they finish and submit, they automatically receive a confirmation that their application has been received, and they get a copy of what they've submitted. And if they need to make any changes, again, they can use that email address and say, hey, could you update my application? I made this particular mistake, and I see it now that I'm looking at the copy. The next step in that process are your lieutenant governors. Because of how the students our teens answered the questions on their applications, it asks you to choose your Kiwanis Club, or I don't know it, or there isn't one near me. And so the applications are then routed to the lieutenant governors based on the club that's in their division. And those clubs then look at their applications for consideration for who their club nominee is going to be. And if there's a club in that lieutenant governor's division that didn't get an application, the lieutenant governor has some options here. They can forward another club's application to you so that you still can get bragging rights and nominate someone. That's amazing. Our Division Teenager of the Year is then selected from the club certified nominees and any waived applicants that the lieutenant governor passed through in the event that there was an application and there's no Kiwanis Club, but that is that lieutenant governor's geographic area. And so they thought the person was a strong candidate and entered them into the division contest. So then that happens, and one person is selected and certified by the lieutenant governor for the District Teenager of the Year competition. So at the club level, we've already said the lieutenant governor sends the clubs the applications. The clubs are going to review using the rubric. They're going to select a nominee. Once they've selected the nominee, they will certify their division nominee, and that person is entered into the Division Teenager of the Year competition. So once we have all of our Division Teenagers of the Year, the governor can go back into the system because we already have all of the applications electronically, and all of the chair actually will route those applications to her team and her committee to select a District Teenager of the Year. They're going to review. Now, what happens in the event there's a application in the system, there's no Kiwanis Club in that area, the lieutenant governor says, this is definitely not me, we just don't have anything even remotely close, the governor can say, you know what, I want to give this student an opportunity and enter them into the district competition. Again, we want to have young people who are doing great things in the community every opportunity to be recognized for what they're doing. And so he can wave that person through. And the district chair reviews those applications with their committee and selects the winner. They send that winner to the governor, and there's your announcement. So, are there any questions for me about Teenager of the Year? Oh, I see some stuff in the chat. Let's see, what are we looking at? Oh, that doesn't pertain to this conversation. All righty. So, do we have any questions for Teenager of the Year or signature projects? Okay, I don't see any. Well, I want to thank you all for participating. I hope you will encourage your clubs and your members to participate in the signature projects as well as Teenager of the Year. I'm going to stay on the line just in case someone does have a question. I definitely want to make sure that you know, we are available here as a resource, all of your leaders, to help you as we implement advancements to our previous processes and applications and forms. And thank you for being a Kiwanian in the Capital District.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Josh, this is Dennis. If I have 1 quick minute, just for everybody's information, unfortunately, all the supported websites that KI support have been down, so that may affect what we have and who shows up. Jeff sent out an email, so bear with us on the numbers.
Absolutely. And if people join us midstream, that's why we're recording this today. Both April and I have provided our materials so that we'll be able to share those with everybody after the session for anyone who was unable to jump on today. So to begin, we can both introduce ourselves and then we'll get right into the content. For those that don't know me, my name is Josh Hiscock. I'm a member of the Kiwanis Club of Ellicott City, Maryland, and I serve as the Capital District's Youth Protection Manager, and I'm one of today's two presenters.
And I'm April Gassler. I am with the Kiwanis Club of Washington, D.C., and I am your Capital District Risk Manager.
And so April and I have divided up this presentation today into sort of two segments. The first is going to touch on youth protection. The second part of this, the session touches on liability and risk management. And it all goes together, though the topics are presented separately. I know that many of you have questions that relate to both. So we encourage you, I know I do, I believe April as well, ask questions as we go. If we're talking about a topic and on a particular slide, you have a question, please ask us. It's more important that way, and we want you to certainly get the most out of the session and make sure that your questions are answered.
But at the same time, if you're not asking a question, please mute your microphone so we don't pick up the background noise that's around you during the recording. Thank you.
Absolutely, April. That's a great point. So youth protection is a big focus for Kiwanis. We all know this. The current statistic is that around 335,000 youth are affected every year by Kiwanis programs. They're the recipients of our service, partners in our service. And unfortunately, another statistic that kind of goes in tandem is that 1 in 4 youth tend to also suffer abuse or maltreatment. And unfortunately, that means with the number of youth we work with, inevitably we're going to encounter a youth that has experienced some type of abuse. Perhaps not at all due to Kiwanis, perhaps it's in their personal life outside of their Kiwanis experience. But Kiwanis wants to make sure that we're all prepared for how to address that if we were to come across an incident that involves youth protection. Unfortunately, a lot of the incidents that are seen when it comes to abuse are from not the hands of a family member or someone a youth knows, but a stranger, perhaps another student, another child, perhaps another adult they've encountered. Kiwanis sees this as a big issue, and we all know why. We've seen stories, Michigan State, Penn State, Boy Scouts of America. We know that there are youth that have been affected by abuse. And Kiwanis wants to be an organization that takes a firm stance on youth protection and how to address it. And so that's what we're going to talk about today for a few moments. Kiwanis has youth protection policies. These policies are written, reviewed by the Kiwanis International Board, and are the guidelines that all Kiwanis clubs should follow when it comes to how to interact with youth. Every year, your Kiwanis clubs are expected to train members on youth protection policies. It's an annual requirement, and it's super easy. You share the requirements with your club members. You show them the policies. You show them the procedures, perhaps at a club meeting, virtually or in person. And you review them every year, ideally every October. These policies change from year to year, and it's great to have the most updated education for your members. Just because you learned them 5 years ago doesn't mean they're the same. That's why this is an annual requirement. All youth protection information is available when the website is live on kiwanis.org/youthprotection. It's where you can always find resources like the most current policies, sample presentations you could show to your club, current hints or tips on how to share youth protection guidelines with youth themselves, their families, school administrators. All of that is available online on the website. Every year, once your Kiwanis club finishes annual education requirement, your club secretary has to make a note of that on your club secretary's dashboard. It's a checkbox, easy to complete, and it helps us as a district know that your club has completed its annual requirement. If your club ever has questions about this, you just need to let me know. I can even attend your club meeting via Zoom or some other online platform to deliver the training. It's something that needs to be a priority for every club every year. As of today, about 100 of our 143 Kiwanis clubs in the district have completed the requirement. So that's about 70%. 70% is not 100%, and that's where we really need to be.
So if your club has not taken care of this annual requirement yet, please make it a priority. On October 1st, it resets. It becomes a requirement again. Every October 1st, we go back to 0. So we want to see us get to 143 clubs before September 30th, and then we want to see us get to 143 clubs early in the next Kiwanis year. So let's say your Kiwanis Club sponsors a Key Club or an Action Club, K-Kids, Builders, or Circle K Club. That means your club is likely named a Kiwanis advisor to that SLP club. Those service leadership program clubs are doing amazing work in the community. Even with schools virtual in many of our communities, these youth are still hard at work performing service. They need Kiwanis advisors to be connected to them actively, even right now. And every Kiwanis advisor, per the youth protection policies, must have a background check conducted and verified through Kiwanis International and its partner Safe Hiring Solutions. This is a policy that's been in place for years, but it's being enforced now more than ever. Background checks are good for 2 years, so it's not something you have to do annually, just every other year. And there is a cost associated of $25. Now, we live in the Capital District. People tell me all the time, but I work for the federal government, or I work in the military, and I've got a background check through some other entity. Isn't that good enough? And the answer to Kiwanis is no. Unfortunately, for the consistency of all Kiwanis advisors across our organization, the only background check accepted is the one completed by Safe Hiring Solutions and verified by Kiwanis International. It's really important that you know all the Kiwanis advisors in your club and if they're compliant or not with this policy. If they're not compliant, trust me, they've heard from me, and they've probably heard from your division's lieutenant governor as well. By September 1st, we really need to get this taken care of. There are still about 50 issues out there in the district somewhere. On September 1st, any Kiwanis advisor who is not compliant with the background check requirement will be removed from their office by Kiwanis International, and they won't be allowed to serve as a Kiwanis advisor until such time as their background check is complete. The sponsoring Kiwanis Club will be notified, and the school administration of the sponsoring SLP Club will be notified as well, so that they are aware that background check is not complete. We don't want this to happen. It's a lot of extra effort to have to make up for scrambling at the last minute. So plan ahead. If you have a background check that is not current, we need to get that taken care of by September 1st. Now, as a Kiwanis Club, you might say to yourself, background checks, what should we be thinking about? How do we stay on top of this? Well, make sure that every SLP club you have has a Kiwanis advisor named in the Kiwanis Connect Secretary's dashboard. We have a number of SLP clubs, particularly Key clubs, where there's no Kiwanis advisor listed. Kiwanis advisors are so critical to the success of our youth organizations. We want to always make sure that every club is assigned one and that we know who that person is. You can't tell if someone's background checked if we don't know their name. Someone in your club needs to also keep track of when background checks expire. If you have 6 or 7 SLP clubs, it might be hard to keep track of which advisor's background check expires when. Your club secretary has all of this information in their secretary dashboard. So I recommend that your club makes it clear who's responsible for keeping track of when people's background checks expire. When a background check is due to expire, the advisor gets an automated email reminding them it's time to renew. But we all get 1,000 emails a week, some of them spam, some of them real. Sometimes we miss a message. Having that club secretary paying attention just in case really makes a big difference. Have a plan on how to pay for background checks. They're $25. They can come out of either your club's administrative or service account. We really hope that Kiwanis advisors aren't made to pay entirely out of pocket, that perhaps they're reimbursed for their cost. We certainly would not want someone paying entirely on their own for this, since it is an expense. It should be budgeted by the club. It's the cost of doing business. As a Kiwanis club, it really needs to be something that's taken into account every year. So don't let that slip by. Make sure that as your club is budgeting right now, you put money in there for background checks for your SLP advisors. If someone needs a background check, there's a few ways that we can initiate. I can ask the staff at Kiwanis International to do it. Your club secretary can send a message that starts the process from their secretary dashboard, and an individual Kiwanian can request a background check when they're logged into the Kiwanis member portal. When in doubt, ask. Don't assume it happens automatically. If you feel like there may be an issue, reach out to me, reach out to the club secretary. We can make sure the process gets started. It's very little work on the front end to initiate a background check. Most of it happens at Safe Hiring Solutions without anybody's effort except theirs. And it's important that we get this done by September 1st. Now, one big change to the Kiwanis youth protection policies I want to mention is that in the past, only Kiwanis advisors needed background checks. Things have changed a little bit in the summer of 2020. Chaperones now also need a Kiwanis background check, especially if they're chaperoning an overnight experience for your SLP youth. So let's say someone chaperoning the Key Club District Convention delegation, somebody spending an overnight at a community campout that's sponsored by Kiwanis. If a chaperone doing an overnight event is participating, they need a background check as well. Also, that would mean your Key Club faculty advisor, if they are chaperoning the Key Club trip to Key Club District Convention, they would need a background check. This is a change. This is new. There'll be a lot of publicity about this change, particularly when we go back to a world of having more in-person events and less virtual events. But please know that this is going to be something to plan ahead for. This means your club might have to do background checks for more individuals than they usually do, not just Kiwanis advisors. This is something we can talk about offline if your club has a particular event or a particular opportunity where you're wondering, would this be an instance where we would need background checks? You know, I'm happy to work one-on-one with your club to determine the best pathway forward. Just a reminder, chaperones are 21 years or older, and you always need chaperones for every increment of 10 students of the same gender. So for example, if you have 10 young male participants, you need to make sure you have one corresponding adult male chaperone. This is just a policy that's been in place to make sure that we always have adequate supervision of our students and that we have the right balance of all genders to represent the students that we work with. The last update that is fairly recent I want to make sure you know about is online training. We know that in Kiwanis, we all take on volunteer roles and sometimes we're handed them and we don't always have the training we need to be successful. Well, Kiwanis International has partnered with a company called Presidium to deliver youth protection training for Kiwanis advisors, to give you more information about what youth protection is, what the best practices are in working with youth, and how to address issues that might arise. It's required that all Kiwanis advisors take this online training, but it's also available to every Kiwanian who wants to take it. So if you haven't taken your Armidas training yet online, I encourage you to do so. Ask me how to get your account set up. It's probably a 3 to 4 hour commitment if you do all the sessions. You probably can do them in an hour or two if you sit down and just plow through them. But they're incredibly informative about interactions on social media, how to look for child abuse, or how to report issues that might be brought to your attention. All important topics to cover. Now, there are a few other highlights in youth protection that are important for you to know in this time of COVID. One of them is that the youth protection guidelines aren't just about in-person interactions. They're also about interactions with our youth online. We want to make sure that we have the best practices in respecting our youth in our social media interactions. That means we shouldn't be friending students on social media or using social media inappropriately to contact students. Use your club's Facebook page if you need to reach out to one of your SLP clubs. Think about all of your online interactions as being public interactions, that everybody could see your posts or they could very easily be shared with others. We want to put our best persona out as Kiwanis clubs and Kiwanians and have our best behavior in using social media. We want to avoid one-on-one emails and text messages with youth. Think of it as the rule of 3. If you're going to send your Key Club members an email message, include your Kiwanis Club president or the Key Club's faculty advisor. Think about including all of the officers of your Key Club or your CKI club, and not just one person. We always want to make sure that our online interactions are professional and that they represent ourselves as Kiwanians and our Kiwanis clubs appropriately. I want to end with reporting. A lot of Kiwanians say, well, what happens if something happens? Who do I tell? What do I do? And so I always like to make sure we tell Kiwanians, if you come across an incident, you need to report it. You need to tell somebody if something happens. Contact your club's faculty advisor and school administration if something's happening with one of your clubs. Contact myself or the Capital District leadership. When appropriate, call the police, notify law enforcement. Let them know something has come to your attention, and they can provide you with next steps in how to report these issues. We just want to be sure that if a youth comes to you and they say that they've been harassed by a peer or that there's an issue with an adult, whether they're in Kiwanis or not, we want to make sure our youth are protected and that we're reporting anything that comes across our radar screen. There's a phone number on the screen. You're going to see this a lot. Kiwanis International has launched a new hotline. It's called the Youth Protection Helpline. It's a 24/7 resource where a Kiwanis club can call, report an issue, either a violation or a question regarding youth protection, and you're going to receive advice and counsel on what your next steps are. They might tell you to call the police. They might tell you to call your Kiwanis governor or your youth protection manager. That's me. They're going to give you the tips you need to make sure that the issue you're facing is handled appropriately. This is a resource Kiwanis has invested in, and it's something that we're encouraging our youth to use as well. So our SLP students are hearing and seeing this same number, and they're encouraged to use it if they want to report a youth protection policy question or violation. Another tool that Kiwanis has invested in to help keep our youth, our communities, our clubs, and you safer. This year in October, Youth Protection Week will take place. It's a great way to kick off the new Kiwanis year, to make sure your members know about the youth protection policies, to educate your fellow club officers, and for us to start the new Kiwanis year off safe with all the information we need to be successful. So look for more information on Youth Protection Week. I recommend it's when your club plans to hold its annual education requirement. Cover the youth protection policies with your members during this week at the start of the new Kiwanis year. It gets a task off the to-do list, it makes your members more educated, and it helps keep your club compliant with youth protection policies. I'm going to pause here to end my portion of the presentation and just ask, with what I've shared today, are there any questions that you think would benefit everybody by asking about youth protection policies or things your club has faced? I'm always available to answer questions that your club might come across. And for those of you that are district officers, know that I'm always a resource to the clubs you work with as they plan out their year. Service looks different right now in a time of COVID, but youth protection is still important. And so we're excited to share the word and make sure everybody has a safe experience working with youth in their community. So at this point, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and we're going to treat.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for participating in our virtual day of education. As many of you may imagine, or you may be well aware of, Josh and I, our roles go hand in hand, and it's kind of a partnership, because while youth protection in and of itself is a laudable goal and it's something we should be doing as people who care about and want to serve children, it's also a tool to mitigate the risk that Kiwanis International and our clubs face to potential liability through the conduct of our members or other people who happen to be engaging in our events. So, you know, Josh and I work together hand in hand on a lot of these issues. And if you're ever facing a situation and you need assistance and you can't reach Josh, you should always feel free to reach out to me as well. You know, risk managers are trained on the youth protection guidelines as well, and I have access to all the same resources at Kiwanis International as Josh does. So if there's ever a situation, or you're not sure if there's a situation, or you have a concern, you should feel free to raise it with me or Josh, or call the 800 number that Kiwanis just established, and you know, someone will be able to help you. With that being said, the risk manager's job is much more focused on mitigating and managing the risk of all of our projects and endeavors, not solely youth protection. And so my focus is mostly on the Kiwanis Insurance Program, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about that today and some new risk management initiatives that are coming out from Kiwanis. And as Josh suggested before, should you have a question at any time during the presentation, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask your question, or put a question in the chat bubble. I can see it and I'm keeping an eye on it should anybody have a question over there, because it's much more important to me that I answer any questions you might have today than it is to make sure that I get through every slide, because the slides will be posted online later and anyone can get to them. But if you have a question, I want to be sure to answer that. So with that being said, we'll get started, or we'll try. Just 1 second. It's not letting me click to my next slide. There we go. Okay. So the Kiwanis International Insurance Program includes several different types of insurance. The one that we're most familiar with is general liability insurance, but it also includes directors and officers insurance. And the purpose of the program is to mitigate the risk that we face at our different events and the different venues that we're using, and to protect our members and volunteers from legal liability and financial obligations. Every time I move something, my little arrow disappears to switch slides. There we go. So the Kiwanis International Insurance Program includes a number of named insureds. Those are the chief people who are insured under the policy and whose members are covered. So as you'll see, Kiwanis clubs are covered, Kiwanis districts, divisions, club foundations, district foundations, the Kiwanis Children's Fund, some Canadian entities that don't apply to us, and all of our SLP organizations, as you can see on the right-hand slide, are all covered under the Kiwanis Insurance Program. As you see at the bottom, additional insureds, that means all of the members that are a part of any of those entities listed on the slide are also insured, as well as any volunteers. So for example, if your club is having a service project and you invite prospective members to come, or just members of the public because you need extra hands, those volunteers are covered for their legal liability while they're participating in your event. So if, for example, you had someone who's not a member of your club, they set up something for a project and someone tripped over whatever they set up and hurt themselves, and that person got sued as a volunteer with your club, they would still be covered under the Kiwanis Insurance Program, even though they weren't officially a member yet. So the Kiwanis Insurance Program, in case you were wondering how much insurance we have, each district has access to $36 million of insurance per year. The insurance program resets on November 1st each year, and within about a month after that, they distribute the Kiwanis Insurance Guides to the club secretaries, I think, and club presidents as well. They're also always available online at the Kiwanis International website /risk management. And that gives you a little overview of what the insurance covers should you have any questions about it. You should also feel free to contact me at any time. But as I said, The Kiwanis program covers $36 million of insurance on a district by district basis. So if you hear some story about another district that had a terrible lawsuit against them and it was going to cost Kiwanis a lot of money, don't fear that that's going to impede our ability to have insurance for our district should we have a problem. It's on a district by district basis. And so each year, part of your Kiwanis International dues, $17 of that goes to insurance and risk management. The first $13 pays for the insurance policies themselves. And that includes coverage for Kiwanis and the SLPs. So when our SLP members pay their dues, they do not pay an insurance fee. All of the fees that us as Kiwanians pay towards insurance covers our SLP members as well, so that they're not incurring those additional costs. It also goes to fund an account that Kiwanis has to pay for the self-insured retention under our policies. You may be more familiar with it in the terms of a deductible. They're very similar. So whenever the Kiwanis insurance is implicated, there's a claim made under the policy, under the general liability coverage, there's a $75,000 self-insured retention. That means Kiwanis International has to pay the first $75,000 before the insurance will pick up the bill after that. Now, it also means that even if Kiwanis International weren't named in a lawsuit and it was just your local Kiwanis club, Kiwanis International will still be the entity that pays that self-insured retention, not your club. Your club will not have to pay that first $75,000. It would come from International as part of the insurance money that you pay every year as part of your dues. It also funds a medical expense reimbursement account that Kiwanis International uses. This is not insurance. This is sort of a self-created fund to compensate Kiwanis members or event participants who suffer a medical injury during a Kiwanis event. This is just more of a courtesy to Kiwanis members and event participants than any real form of insurance, and it pays a certain percentage of medical expenses on top of someone's health insurance. So their own health insurance would have to pay first, but if they had out-of-pocket expenses after that within a year of suffering an accident, they could be reimbursed some portion of that from Kiwanis International. In addition to the $13 that covers the general liability side of the insurance program, $4 per year pays for your directors and officers insurance, which provides $10 million of coverage for club, for the club boards, foundation boards, and things like that. And it protects against a variety of different claims that we will get to momentarily. There we go, directors and officers liability. I think most people are familiar with the general liability type of claims, slips and falls, you know, somebody hurts themselves at a club project, or, you know, somebody backs a car into a tree at one of your events. Those sorts of things would fall under the umbrella of the general liability insurance, car accidents, and that sort of thing. Directors and officers liability insurance is just a little bit different. So as I said before, it has $10 million of coverage, and there's a $50,000 self-insured retention on the directors and officers insurance, which again is paid by Kiwanis International. It's funded from that portion of the $13 that goes into the account for self-insured retention. It is also broad. It covers Kiwanis clubs, Kiwanis foundations, Kiwanis districts, and it covers their directors. So if you're a club director, you're covered. Club officers, staff members, regular members, committee chairs, and the like. And the kinds of things that the directors and officers insurance covers are claims, for instance, about mismanagement of club funds, or conflict of interest, or a club officer acting beyond the authority that they have under the bylaws, or a club's failure to enforce its bylaws or policies, or claims about acts, errors, or omissions in the discharge of their duties. It also covers things like wrongful termination, should your club have any employees, sexual harassment, discrimination. I know from my club's perspective, one thing that they are very concerned about that makes them grateful for having this insurance is, you know, we do an annual scholarship program every year, and we award several scholarships. And there's always the potential that someone could make a claim that there was discrimination or favoritism in selecting those scholarship winners. So knowing that we have this insurance, should that unfortunate accusation ever be made, it really gives our club and our club foundation some peace of mind, knowing that the Kiwanis insurance program will be there for us. Unless there are any questions about the general liability insurance and the directors and officers insurance, generally speaking, I'm going to move on to certificates of insurance. Any questions? Okay. So for those of you who aren't familiar, what is a certificate of insurance? It's a piece of paper that you provide to a third party to give them proof that you have your own insurance coverage. It does not provide the third party with any insurance coverage for themselves. It just gives them the assurance that you as a Kiwanis Club have insurance that covers your activities. Sometimes you will be asked for a certificate of insurance, from a venue that you may be using for an event or things like that. And sometimes they may ask you for additional insured wording. What that means is that they, in addition to knowing that you have insurance, they want to have some measure of coverage for themselves under our Kiwanis insurance program. Obviously, we're all paying our insurance premiums each year to Kiwanis International with that $17 out of our dues money, and we would prefer not to be covering the liability of third parties who are not part of our Kiwanis organization. However, sometimes it's a necessary evil to get things done. And so what happens with an additional insured is that they have the right to be covered under our insurance for claims that may arise out of their activities with the Kiwanis entity that is the policyholder that they're engaging with at the time, and for which the Kiwanis entity is at least partially responsible. So what that means is, for example, let's say that you're renting a facility to have an event, and they ask for a certificate of insurance with this additional insured wording. And we'll talk about how you can get that in a minute. But let's say you've done all that, and now there's an accident during your event. Joe runs an extension cord across the room, doesn't tape it down. Somebody trips over it. They sue the Kiwanis Club and they sue the facility owner. Well, if the facility owner has been named as an additional insured under our Kiwanis insurance with this certificate of insurance, then the Kiwanis insurance program would pick up the defense of that lawsuit against the Kiwanis Club and the facility owner, because it was the Kiwanis Club partially responsible for the accident by placing the extension cord across the floor in an unsafe manner, and that led to the facility owner being the subject of a lawsuit. So that's the type of insurance that's the type of situation where the additional insured status would kick in. But conversely, if there was an unsafe condition in the facility that the facility owner created all by themselves, there's a leaking faucet that they never fixed and there's water all over the floor and somebody slipped and fell on it that had nothing to do with Kiwanis and the things that we did, then they would be on their own, and that would not be covered by the certificate of insurance and that additional insured status. So it's got to be that the Kiwanis entity they're working with is at least somehow partially responsible. Okay. So to obtain a certificate of insurance, there's a form, kiwanis.org/liability. At that website, you can download a PDF form on how to complete a certificate of insurance. It's a very short one-page document. The whole packet with the instructions is about 4 pages because there are instructions and samples for you. But if you don't need additional insured wording and you just have someone that you're working with for a club event who says that they need proof of insurance, you can just type in the information in the blanks on the certificate of insurance to add your Kiwanis Club's name and the person requesting the certificate of insurance, and a description of the project that you're going to be doing, the date, the location, and that sort of thing. And the instructions make it very clear what you need to fill in, and it's a fillable PDF, but only the blanks that you're permitted to put information in are accessible. If you need additional insured wording, someone asks you, like the example before, the facility owner wants to be added as an additional insured, you cannot fill out the certificate of insurance form yourself. Those have to go through Kiwanis International's insurance agent, Highland. And their email address is there on the screen. It's kiwaniscert@highland.com, HYLANT, Highland, for anyone who's solely on audio. And at the same time, if you have someone who comes to you and says, well, your certificate of insurance, the certificate of insurance, I'll explain to you, does not list the $36 million of insurance that Kiwanis has, because we don't want to advertise to the outside world and make ourselves an attractive subject for lawsuits that are not meritorious. So it lists just the base layer of coverage, which is $2 million. However, you may have an event where someone says they need to know that you have at least $5 million or whatever of coverage, something more than what's listed on that base certificate of insurance. And if that's the case, you would also go to Hylant and ask them for help with the new certificate of insurance. In addition to that, if anyone has requested just the base certificate of insurance from your club that you filled out yourself, you need to submit a copy of that to Hylant so they have it for their records should it ever become an issue in the future. So the email address there, kiwaniscert@hylant.com, is available to you to reach out with requests for additional insured wording, requests for a certificate that shows higher limits of insurance, or to just submit self-completed certificates of insurance. There's also an 800 number there at the bottom that you can call as well if you prefer or you have an urgent question. Hylant can also, in addition to helping you with certificates of insurance, they can answer specific questions you might have about the insurance that's available through Kiwanis if I'm not available for any reason. They can tell you, for instance, if you're having a club event and you have some questions about whether the Kiwanis insurance would cover certain aspects of it. For example, you're serving alcohol and you don't know how much alcohol you're allowed to serve as compared to the total revenue of the event, or it's a multi-day event and you're not sure if that's covered under the Kiwanis insurance. Hylant will be more than happy to help you if I'm not available for any reason. Now, so far we've been talking about certificates of insurance being requested from Kiwanis, but we as Kiwanis clubs should be requesting these certificates from other people. As we said before, it's a good thing to have so that, number one, we have proof that we've done some checking on the vendors and third parties that our clubs are doing business with to make sure that they've got the appropriate insurance in place. It also serves as a layer of protection for us if something goes wrong while they're providing services to your Kiwanis club and your project. So you should be thinking about this anytime the Kiwanis name is going on a building or a facility. If your club built a playground, but you don't own that playground anymore and you're not responsible for the maintenance of it, you should get a certificate of insurance from the party that is, so that if a kid should fall and hurt themselves on that playground and they see the Kiwanis logo on it and they sue Kiwanis, we have this record that says, well, actually, this entity is responsible for it. Here's their certificate of insurance. Here's their information. At the same time, if your club's made a donation to an entity and they put a plaque recognizing your club on the side of a building that you have nothing to do with, it's also helpful to have a certificate of insurance, if possible, that shows that that entity is really responsible for the facility there and not the Kiwanis club. If your Kiwanis club owns any property and any third party is coming onto your property to use it for any purpose, you should be requesting a certificate of insurance. Anytime you are hiring a third party vendor, whether it's somebody who's providing food, somebody's renting you a moon bounce for your Kiwanis club event, someone's bringing a petting zoo or a pony ride, anything like that, somebody's providing transportation for your SLPs to get to Key Club Decon. You want to have a certificate of insurance and don't just assume that because they're a business with a business entity name that means that they've got insurance or that they've got resources to pay should there be a problem down the road. So any of those situations, you want to be making sure that you're requesting those certificates of insurance from third parties. Any questions? Okay, well, the last thing that I wanted to talk about today is a new initiative that's coming down from Kiwanis International, and it kind of dovetails with a little bit of what I was talking about before. Some district governors and other club leaders may have received a communication from Kiwanis International about identification of Kiwanis projects and events. What this is all about is, as I said before, we are over 100 years old at this point. Kiwanis clubs have come and gone, new ones are coming. People who are in Kiwanis clubs now, maybe in a club that's been around for so long that they had events and activities 30, 40 years ago that none of the current members know anything about. And that means that our Kiwanis name and our Kiwanis brand might appear on facilities, on activities and events that we're unaware of, as well as the things that we know about and we're actively involved in today. And so Kiwanis International has a new initiative to try to gather a database of as many of these types of things as possible so that should an issue arise down the road, where the Kiwanis name is attached to something, we know what it's all about and who to contact if there should be a lawsuit or other issue that needs to be addressed. So for example, my Kiwanis Club made a donation to Habitat for Humanity, and they put a plaque recognizing our club on this home. But we have nothing to do with this house. You know, we actually participated very little in building this house, and we're supervised by Habitat for Humanity in the 9 or 10 hours over the course of several weeks that we spent there. So if that house were to fall down, the foundation were faulty or something, and the person who purchased the home from Habitat for Humanity were to sue, and they were to sue Kiwanis International because they saw a plaque on the home, when Kiwanis International receives that lawsuit, they don't know anything about it. It wasn't Kiwanis International that built the home, and they don't know which Kiwanis Club. There are 8 Kiwanis clubs in Washington, D.C. So even if they know it's a home in Washington, D.C. and a local Kiwanis Club had something to do with it, they still don't know who to contact. So the goal here is to create a database of any structure, any event. So if, for example, if your club sponsors a parade in your town or some other sort of festival or picnic or community event, that's an ongoing thing that has the Kiwanis name and Kiwanis branding on it. We just want to collect that information so that should there ever be an issue down the road, Kiwanis International knows who to contact, because people outside our organization aren't familiar with our structure, and they don't understand that Kiwanis International has independent chapters, local chapters of clubs underneath. So they may just see Kiwanis and file a lawsuit against Kiwanis International. And obviously Kiwanis International was not the one who organized the parade in your local town for Halloween. And so Kiwanis International will need to know who to contact to find out what happened, what didn't happen, who's responsible, and get things sorted out to address that if there were a problem. So Kiwanis International has sent out forms to club secretaries and districts asking for information about their projects and events. And this is intended to encompass not just the things that you're currently engaged in, but anything that you know about from the past where your club may have donated money, been recognized with a plaque on a facility, or events you may have sponsored in the past. So in the recent past, as far as events go. So we're just trying to create this database. I want to reassure you that Kiwanis is not asking for this information so that they can police or restrict the club's activities. Kiwanis is not looking for high-risk activities or club projects that it wants to censor. They're just trying to gather up as much information we can as to where the Kiwanis name appears, where our branding is that might potentially open us up to future liability. So we're working on collecting this information, and as this slide demonstrates, perhaps your club owns a camp, or maybe you owned a camp 50 years ago and the club sold the property, but the Kiwanis logos are still all over the buildings, and now someone else is operating that camp. Kiwanis needs to know about that, because if something bad happens at the camp, Kiwanis is sure to be a target for any litigation or any other bad publicity associated with it, just by virtue of the name or branding being there. So those are the kind of things that we're trying to gather information about. Anytime the Kiwanis name, the Kiwanis logo, the branding is used attached to a facility or an event, we're trying to gather up all of that information so that we have it for any future reference. So again, Kiwanis.org/liability is the Kiwanis website for risk management. There you will find your club insurance guide, which, if you haven't looked at it, I know it doesn't sound sexy or exciting, but it is very helpful. There are pages and pages of example questions. If my club does this, is it covered? With a very straightforward, plain English answer that says yes or no, or yes, but only if A, or no, except maybe this. So there are pretty clear answers to very common questions for things that come up for your club's activities, and the insurance guide is very helpful in helping you parse that out. There's also some risk management guidelines in your club insurance guide as well, about liability waivers and about best practices for ensuring the safety of your club events. Looking around your location and making sure that the space and the setup is safe for everyone involved. If you've seen me at a district event, you may have seen me walking through a ballroom, putting chairs back on all 4 legs when people have leaned them up against the table to reserve a seat. because it's a tripping hazard and no one needs to trip over a chair leg that they didn't see sticking out between tables. And there are plenty of other ways that we can reserve seats to sit with our friends, like draping a napkin over the back of the seat. So, you know, those are the kinds of things where you could have someone from your club appointed to be kind of the lookout for those sorts of safety issues, or the extension cord that's loose on the floor that's not taped down that people could trip over, or the puddle of water, or, you know, anything that's just, you know, the kinds of things that come up during our projects that could be safety hazards. There's also optional insurance available through Kiwanis International for medical injuries and accidents that may happen to Kiwanis members. Very few clubs purchase this additional insurance. It's not part of the Kiwanis $17 insurance for the year, but it is available, and the premiums are on a per member basis. And there's a couple different programs, but you can purchase this insurance for your club as well as your SLPs to provide some measure of additional coverage for them should they become injured or be involved in an accident while participating in club events. And the Kiwanis website also includes the certificate of insurance forms that I told you about, with the instructions on how to complete them yourself, and additional information about when to contact Hylant if you have any questions, and the requirements for obtaining the certificates from any third-party vendors your club is utilizing. And then there's my information on how to contact me. I have put my cell phone on there and my work email, which I check whenever it goes off if I'm awake and available. So I'm just like Josh, I'm here as a resource for you. And my job is not just to tell you what's covered under the Kiwanis insurance either. I am here for emergencies, event management. If there's a problem at your club event, district event, and you don't know what to do, you're not sure how to handle it, you're not sure if this might become a liability issue down the road, call me. I've been on the phone at midnight with district leaders because something happened at Key Club Decon and people were worried about it, or something happened at K Family Weekend and there was concerns about what to do and how to handle it. So I'm here as a resource, and I make myself available as close to 24/7 as I can when there's an emergency, and during normal hours whenever there's a non-emergency question that you have about the insurance, how it dovetails with the activities that your club is planning or engaging in, and any other support you might need. Any questions? Any new burning questions for Josh while we're still here?
Well, if not, we are very appreciative today.
I have a question for Josh.
Sure.
How and when do faculty advisors become aware that they need Kiwanis insurance to go to an event where a Key Club?
Sure, that's a great question. I think earlier in the presentation I mentioned that's a new change that went into effect over the summer. So I do believe that there will be a lot of publicity at the start of the new school year, letting faculty advisors know. Some of that will be directly to faculty advisors, letting them know that if you chaperone an overnight event, you now need a background check. And some of that will come directly to Kiwanis clubs, encouraging them to share that with their faculty advisors as well. We want to believe that all faculty advisors on record are correct with Kiwanis International, but sometimes we know that information doesn't get updated. So I think it'll be a two-pronged approach, direct to those faculty advisors and also through the Kiwanis clubs. But it'll be part of the back to school information that our SLP clubs start to receive later in August or probably in early September. Great question.
And I encourage that fee.
Yes, so I think we would certainly encourage Kiwanis clubs to budget for that fee, especially if your faculty advisor is chaperoning the overnight Key Club convention trip, or chaperoning a day-long off-school property field trip of your Key Club students, or your K Kids or Builders Club students. I think we would certainly hope that the Kiwanis Club is budgeting for that. The school is not. Schools do their own employee background checks. And for a faculty advisor who's just attending K-Kids or Builders Club meetings in the school facility, their school background check through their employer is fine. It's these off-campus overnight events where the Kiwanis background check is now required by Kiwanis. And since Kiwanis is the one that's requiring it, I would hope that Kiwanis clubs would budget for that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Same fee, $25, and it's good for 2 years. So if a faculty advisor is a longtime faculty advisor, that will count for their 2 years as well.
I have a question. This is Floyd Brown from Oak Kiwanis in Hampton. This is for both of the two presenters. How is Kiwanis or the club liable for moving students or children between activities? I.e., if I take a carload of kids somewhere, and this has happened before, how liable are we if we got those kids in that car if we don't have the parents' consent? Everybody hear me? Everybody hear me?
Sure. I can start with one little piece. On a youth protection perspective, we should always be getting the parents' consent when we're transporting a student. There are great templates available that are effectively permission slips, where a Kiwanis club could fill in the blanks, and a parent, could sign off saying, I let Josh transport my student to the Key Club district board meeting on this date. And so there are some parental consents that can be obtained that would be appropriate for you to have. For example, if you got pulled over and a police officer asked why you have 3 minors in your car, none of whom are your own child, it's great to have that permission slip to say, well, I'm transporting them to an event and here's their parental permission slips. So that's one youth protection angle on it. I might let April cover more of the liability side of things, which is a little bit different than the youth protection side.
Yeah, I am pleased to report that from the liability side of things, the world has improved a little bit for us this year. It used to be that, let's say, heaven forbid, you're transporting these children and you were in a car accident. Your car insurance would come first and Kiwanis insurance would come second. However, if the children in your car were SLP members, they were considered part of the Kiwanis family, and it was a policy versus policyholder situation that is not third-party liability, i.e. outsiders claiming that K family members are liable for something, and it wasn't covered under our Kiwanis insurance. It is now. They've eliminated that restriction in our coverage, which, we're obviously not advertising. We don't want to suddenly have frivolous lawsuits coming up, but it is helpful to know if that were to happen, the Kiwanis insurance would respond now if there were Key Clubbers in your car who were hurt in a car accident. At the same time, the Kiwanis, let's say you're not in a car accident. It's just that a student makes an accusation that something inappropriate happened and there is litigation following that. Obviously, your car insurance isn't going to respond. There wasn't a car accident. In that situation, you may have coverage under your homeowner's insurance or an umbrella policy if you have that sort of thing that covers you for personal liability for your own conduct. And it probably has a sexual assault and exclusion of some sort like that and probably wouldn't apply. But if it did, your personal insurance would apply first, and then the Kiwanis insurance would apply on top of that to give you that extra layer of protection. That being said, obviously 1 or 2 students to a divisional council meeting or something like that, it doesn't make sense to contract out, but I encourage clubs that whenever it's financially feasible to do so, to hire a professional, transportation service to transport your students for you. That way you've got a professional driver, you've got another entity that you're going to request a certificate of insurance from that is legit, who's responsible for safely transporting your students.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the answers. And this only came up because we, several times in the past, we've been asked to bring a student or students to conventions. And that's why I asked the question. I was a little concerned because I was one of the persons who did the transporting. We didn't have a problem. I wasn't afraid to take them, but I need to know how am I covered? And you've answered it. Thank you.
Floyd, I will tell you another thing that has come up. You know, obviously with the youth protection guidelines, we stress the rule of 3. And whenever possible, if there's space in the vehicle and you can have another Kiwanian with you as another pair of eyes and ears as to what's going on, that's great. If you're trying to transport as many kids as you have seats in your car besides the driver and it's just not feasible, there are other things you can do to protect yourself. I know a Kiwanian who lives on the outer skirts of the district who comes to events and transports students to attend Key Leader and things like that, and it's one student and this one Kiwanian in the car. They set up a camera inside the vehicle for the entire ride to record everything that's happening. That way, if there were ever an allegation down the road that something happened in the vehicle, they've got this recording from the car ride back and forth. So that's another thing that you could do if you couldn't follow the rule of 3 and you were concerned about protecting yourself from any potential false accusations.
Looks like we ought to make the car industry put black boxes in all of the vehicles now. They have them in airplanes. Okay.
They might already be there.
They probably do. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Well, thank you to everybody who came to today's session. We're going to wrap this up now so that the past governors can have their conversation. If you have any questions, Jeff has already posted this presentation to the district website. So our PowerPoint together is there. And April and I are always available. So from my side, thank you so much today for participating.
And thank you all.